What year did the Olympic Games were they first hosted in the U.S.? And I will go to Carrie, see if we can get the answer. Hi, Carrie. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful, Carrie. So, what year were the Olympic Games hosted in the U.S. for the first time?
1904.
Correct. And for your trouble, Carrie, we are going to set you up with the $75 Visa gift card. Legends Come Alive. You can check out the adult reboot of Legends of the Hidden Temple, and that's Sunday at 8 p.m. That's only on the CW Philly. So we'll get into some of the entertainment stories. We'll start with this. Wendy Williams, one of your favorites, Steve.
Yes.
Will not return to host her show due to serious health complications.
I'm taking some me time.
Producers revealed yesterday she was previously diagnosed with breakthrough COVID after being vaccinated and has not appeared in public since September.
She does have issues. I think she has Graves' disease or what? Graves?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She was also reportedly taken to the hospital and given a mental health evaluation. The Wendy Williams show will go on. Her production company, Debmar Mercury, revealed. The show, however, will start airing originals on Monday, October 18th, with an exciting lineup of guest hosts and panels to be announced shortly.
Exciting.
On social media, they wrote, Wendy continues to be under medical supervision and meets with her medical team on a daily basis.
I feel bad for her.
She is making progress, but is experiencing serious complications as a direct result of Graves' disease and her thyroid condition.
There you go.
And it has been determined that more time is needed before she is able to return to her live hosting duties.
So when you're Zooming with Wendy, you have to do this, Preston. You have to go. You can't see it, but I'm going to tip my hand over. How you doing?
Okay.
That's the thing. How you doing?
You have to put your hand up?
Right, like you're showing your nails or your rings or whatever. Yeah.
Sources told Page Six the show has been reaching out to past guests to see who is around next week.
Newt Gingrich is doing next week, Preston.
Sources told Page Six the company may be grooming Nick Cannon to take over as they also produce his show.
Well, Nick Cannon's got his own show.
So what is Graves' disease, Nick? You pulled up a little...
It's that one that affects the thyroid, and it can cause that eye bulging that you see from time to time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a serious thing.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. All right, so we will see how she is in the next few weeks, hopefully.
Just don't take the reel away. That's my favorite show.
Hey, Megan Fox is opening up about her insecurities, even as she acknowledges being one of the world's most notorious sex symbols.
Yeah.
The 35-year-old told British GQ style, yeah, I have body dysmorphia. I have a lot of deep insecurities. We may look at somebody and think, that person's so beautiful. Their life must be so easy. They most likely don't feel that way about themselves. Fox and her beau Machine Gun Kelly were given joint interviews while tattooing each other.
That's amazing. Why don't more people do that? You know, she actually, I believe this to some extent, because if you remember... Listen, she's always been beautiful, yet she's tinkered with herself over the years. And if you were to see her early on in her career, you'd notice a big difference.
Their ink read The Darkest Fairy Tale, which Fox said alludes back to one of the first text messages we ever sent each other.
What does this mean?
She also said of their relationship famously, like, I'm an unusual person. And I had buried a lot of that because I didn't have a place to live. I recognized so much of myself in him and vice versa, and that locked up part of me that I had put away. And I'd always felt like there was this thing missing that I'd given up on that you're always seeking. But then you meet the person that completes that for you, and you're like, oh, this is what my heart was searching for.
Could you shut up?
And that's what that beacon was this whole time.
I'll tell you this about her. She's actually a pretty good actress. I watched that movie, Jennifer's Body again.
Yeah.
Which the Diablo Cody screenplay. She actually does a really good job in it.
That's a scary movie?
Yes,
Okay.
It is a scary movie. You will be as scared.
The most important thing I heard you say in that, Preston, was the term vice versa. So is it vice versa or is it vice versa? I've heard it two different ways. Is it vice versa or is it vice versa?
Vice versa.
It's above the equator. It's vice versa, and below it's vice versa.
I need to know this like
VICE, second word versa. VER.
Straight up vice versa. Okay,
Yes.
good. Thank you.
That's the most important thing we got from that story.
She's bearing her soul.
Just want to
You
reiterate.
see the reporter go, by the way, is it vice versa? I thought I was assaulted at the age of 7. By the way, is it vice versa?
Or vice versa.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you not hear what I was saying?
I did. You said vice versa.
Ah.
Kylie Jenner introduced her Kylie Cosmetics Nightmare on Elm Street collection with a gory photo shoot showing the pregnant mogul nude and drenched in blood.
Okay.
Commenters on the Instagram post were quick to make period jokes, and there were a lot of them. Jenny McCarthy posted a TikTok video pretending to hand Jenner a tampon. Others found it disturbing.
Yes.
That's all that I have.
They are such constantly marketing themselves. I thought she was pregnant, by the way.
She is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she is.
How far along is she?
I don't know.
Or maybe this was done well in advance.
No, people were commenting on the fact that she is currently pregnant. She might just be not that pregnant right now. I don't
Who the
know.
hell? And who cares?
I don't really know. Queen Elizabeth, who's 95 years old, got extra support from a cane while attending an event at Westminster Abbey.
Michael Caine?
Nope. She was joined by her daughter, Princess Anne, who is 71. This is the first time she's been spotted using a walking stick since 2003.
Isn't it amazing that at her age, can still book around the way she does?
Yeah.
I mean, that footage of her that surfaced over the weekend of her doing parkour, that was amazing.
In 2003, she was recovering from a knee injury, and that's why she was using a cane. So this is, this is rare for her. She's fairly able-bodied, especially for 95
She
years
does
old.
exercise. Every morning, apparently, she does batting practice at 9 a.m.
Slow pitch.
Yeah, slow pitch.
But she does it.
T-ball.
Nonetheless, yeah. Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, their new film, The Last Duel, was to feature a kissing scene between the two of them.
Matt Damon.
And Affleck told Entertainment Tonight, in the original actual version of that scene, the way the ceremony actually took place was that you kissed everybody on the mouth.
I want to kiss you.
And we had that in the script. And Damon, Matt had noted, that would have been our first on-screen kiss. But sadly, director Ridley Scott ultimately cut it, thinking that it would be distracting from the film. So they took that out of there.
What is this? I am not that aware of this movie. Does anybody know the subject matter?
The Last Duel?
Yeah, it's a period piece. King Charles VI declares that Knight Jean de Carouge settles his dispute with a squire by challenging him to a duel. So I'm guessing that duel is the last duel.
All right.
Therefore, the name. I don't know. Vice versa. It's
Yeah.
whatever.
That's what's important.
Chanel and Tribeca are joining forces on Through Her Lens, the Tribeca Channel's women's filmmaker program. The 3-day, 7th annual event kicked off Tuesday and will close Thursday, and it featured virtual and in-person mentorship and classes on script-to-screen development, music composition, costume design, producing,
Crap like that.
and directing for 5 teams of women filmmakers. Amy Schumer, Gail King, Leslie Mann, and Rita Moreno have all signed on to a jury a competition, resulting in one team getting a film financed. So they're the ones that are going to be in charge.
There was a
of taking
show,
the call.
Preston, that used to be on HBO. I don't know if you ever watched it. It was called Project Greenlight. Yeah, and it was a lot of fun. I mean, it showed you, the whole process from selecting a script and the team that's going to put a movie together. And they did actually produce a few movies. I'd like to see them bring that back.
That's where we got Shia LaBeouf from, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Start there, right?
Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah. Zendaya, the actress, sat down with In Style for the Best Dressed issue and opened up about how her legendary style is an extension of her acting.
Like us.
She said, talking about style, she said, I think about red carpets as having their own characters and narratives. We build a little story for all the looks. She said, it's like an extension of my acting career in a weird way. You just pop this wig on or whatever it is. Clothes sometimes are very emotional, so I get to embody these different facets. Maybe they're of myself or maybe alter egos, but I get to meet these different women through clothes.
What the hell are you talking about?
On her career, about what makes her nervous, she said, messing up, making mistakes, not being the best I can possibly be at something.
Sharding?
Failure, and again, that is a Virgo thing, she said. If something is not perfect or the best, then I feel like I might as well have not even done it. And I turn something into being the worst thing. I turn something into being the worst thing, even if it was fine. But it's not fine to me. So she's very hard on herself as far as perfection goes.
My approach is if it's just okay, it's perfect. I think that's
okay.
Yeah, it's a lot less stressful.
Good enough.
Yeah, that'll do.
On life and standing up for herself, she said, I think my parents instilled in me at a very young age the ability to stick up for myself. If you don't like something, you say it. If something makes you uncomfortable, you tell somebody. I've always had a good handle on that.
Do you know what her first foray into entertainment was, Preston? She managed a rat barbershop quartet.
No,
my
I
goodness.
didn't know that.
That's hard work because those things don't really mind all
Very
the time.
demanding, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We have that?
Hello, 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 my baby, hello, my honey, hello, my ragtime gal.
Really good.
Does that need to be explained? Because
No, let's let it be a secret.
I'm just curious.
No, you had to have been with us
Yeah.
at 6:15 a.m.
It's just such a random reference if you weren't listening earlier this morning.
Let's let someone believe.
All right.
Zendaya managed a rat barbershop quartet.
On being her own boss, Zendaya said, I think my biggest flaw as a boss is that I am a procrastinator. I don't like to answer email or questions. I just want to do the fun, cool stuff. And I'm also very detail-oriented and won't let anything go. Those two things don't really go hand in hand, so I'm learning how to be better at that.
It's
and
awesome.
on Love, on the meme of her sitting with Tom Holland looking annoyed, she said, the paparazzi can be wherever they want. Even our holding area was a vitamin store with glass everywhere, so it wasn't super private.
What?
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean? She should do more rat stuff.
I'm assuming someone was looking through the window trying to scare us or something, so that was my face.
It's
So-
true, though. So you get the right or the wrong angle with the camera
God,
shot.
yes.
There's that famous shot of you straddling Kathy, and people
They took it the wrong way.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Took it the wrong
The wrong way.
way.
Is there a photo like
Yeah, you were.
Yeah.
He was
I was
helping you with
fixing
your
her
co-
watch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and everyone says, "Oh, he's clearly teabagging her." No,
No.
Hang on, Mark wants to comment on something. Hi there, Mark. Good morning.
Hi, Preston. Hey, Steve. Hey, everybody. How you doing?
Doing,
Good.
yeah, how are you, man?
What's up, buddy?
Long-time listener, first-time caller. I was listening, and I heard the debate about vice versa.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So I'm a medical editor. Like, I do editing for pharmaceutical.
Wow.
And basically, we just use Merriam-Webster, like, if we're unsure of a word. And if you check Merriam-Webster, it lists vice versa as well as vice versa as the proper pronunciation. So either word is correct.
So both vice versa and vice versa will do. Will be accurate. Okay.
Wow.
Yep.
I wonder if it's one of those things where,
Mark.
Like boot to bonnet.
well, no, I was thinking like literally. Literally meant literally, and then so many people used it wrong for so
Yes.
long that literally became
Not literal.
yeah,
Uh,
figurative.
Not literal.
Yeah.
There have been changes in pronunciation because over
Yeah.
time people have mispronounced something, and so many people had that they changed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not unheard of.
I think if you say vice versa, it sounds stupid.
It sounds like a kid. Well, it sounds like a kid
Yeah,
saying it
yeah,
wrong.
Stupid.
Yeah. Vice versa sounds a little more. What's that case?
Dude, no, I just jinxed you with a clip.
I know.
From
Play
Vox
it.
Pro.
Vice versa.
Okay. So that's supposed to be the official pronunciation,
Vice
I guess.
versa.
But vice versa sounds
versa.
a little too sing-songy. Vice versa.
And how would you spell the visa and vice versa?
Because that's Visa, right?
Yeah, that is.
versa.
I don't
Vice
accept.
versa.
I don't accept that left.
Express versa.
Because it would be Vica versa if you spelled it with a C.
Yeah, that's why it's not acceptable. I disagree.
All right.
I think we need to break and come back and do a full hour. on
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Get
we'll probably
Neil
do that.
deGrasse Tyson
Yeah,
on the
we'll probably
phone.
do that in a little bit.
Doing my research.
All right, so let's see here. Monday night's episode of NCIS marks the end of veteran star Mark Harmon's 18-season run on the series. It started off back in 2003. The episode, titled Great Wide Open, followed Harmon's character, Special Agent Leroy Jethro Gibbs, on a criminal case in Alaska. And when the case ended, so did Gibbs' tenure with the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
18 years. Jesus.
Somehow, in the wilderness of Alaska, he found a sense of peace for the first time since his wife and daughter died. And Gibbs' partner Tim McGee said he told him, "I'm not going back."
Is he living in an igloo?
I don't know. And evidently, Harmon is saying the same thing about his on-screen work on the show, at least as the series regular. Shortly after the episode aired, Stephen D. Bender, NCIS showrunner and executive producer, shared a message with faithful fans on the series. On social media, he said, "As an executive producer and dear friend, Mark continues to be an integral part of the fabric of the show. Our North Star has always been staying true to our characters, and that truth has always guided the stories we tell and where those characters go. This week, it guided Gibbs to turn in his badge. But Bender hinted that while the beloved character is being left behind, in the last frontier for now. He may not stay out of sight forever.
Do you watch the show regularly?
Or not regularly,
Yeah.
but my wife did. She knows every single episode. So I would check in from time to time.
Right.
And since I didn't know all of the storyline, I thought he was a dick, man. I did not like his character
I
at
agree.
all.
Every
He was
time I
mean.
watched that show, he seemed like he was.
Well, he was a taskmaster, and he
Yeah.
was very specific, and he was.
Unlikable.
Listen, we're talking about murders
Yeah.
and things like that, and he had to be rigid, but he was borderline
Abusive.
abusive.
Yeah.
And
you think once he'd bring in one of those large chocolate chip cookie cakes?
maybe.
Yeah.
So he said. So
Hey
regarding
guys.
regarding the future of Gibbs, as longtime fans of the show may have noticed over the years, never count Leroy Jethro Gibbs out. He wrote. The reaction from those fans was swift and mournful. So it was-
Probably is that still on? That's
Yeah,
the reaction.
right, yep. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 has found its Adam Warlock, and it will be Will Poulter, who we've met in person.
Yes.
He will play the classic Marvel character in the upcoming Marvel Studios sequel. James Gunn is writing and directing the project, which has a release date of May 3rd, 2023, and is gearing up for production. Guardians of the Galaxy mainstays Chris Pratt, Zoe Saldana, Dave Bautista, and Karen Gillan are all returning. According to sources, a number of actors have been in contention for the role since at least late August, with Bridgerton breakout Roger Jean Page considering it and 1917's George McKay on the short list. A post-credit scene in Guardians Volume 2 teased Warlock's addition to the MCU. His origins date back to 1967's Fantastic Four numbers 66 and 67 with Jack Kirby and Stan Lee creating the character. The two-part storyline centered on evil scientists using cloning and genetic modification to create the perfect human being, with the character referred to only as him. Writer and artist Jim Starlin revived the character in 1975 and later brought the character to new levels of popularity by using him in the 1990s Infinity Gauntlet trilogy and putting him into books such as Warlock and the Infinity Watch, where he served as a wise defender of reality itself.
It's interesting because both Craig Legans and Rockstar Rob, the comic book gurus, have long touted how cool this character is. So I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, and Will Poulter. I like
Yeah,
him. So
he's
that-
good.
That should be good. Disney Plus unveiled a look at its upcoming Christmas movie, Home Sweet Home Alone, a reimagining of the Home Alone franchise.
What?
The trailer for the reboot.
Are they going to use Baby Stallone, Preston?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
It'd be so awesome
Oh, that
if they
would be
did a
nice.
deep fake of Stallone as Macaulay Culkin.
So the trailer for the reboot introduces 10-year-old Max Mercer, played by Archie Yates, who is from Jojo Rabbit. Nick, he was the
the little kid.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Who is accidentally left behind while his family travels to Tokyo for the holidays. At first, Max is delighted to learn that he has the entire house to himself and spends his time jumping off a trampoline with a medicine ball. But when two married robbers, portrayed by Ellie Kemper and Rob Delaney, try to break into his home, Max crafts a plan. While his parents try to book a flight home, Max is busy sawing off part of a baluster, launching billiard balls, and doing anything that he can to drive the thieves away. The comedy also stars Kenan Thompson, Tim Simmons, Pete Holmes, and Chris Parnell, just to name a few.
We're watching a clip of the deep fake that started this all of Stallone as Macaulay Culkin, and it's a pretty damn good job.
It is. Home Sweet Home Alone premieres on Disney Plus on November 12th, which is also known as Disney Plus Day. And subscribers will be able to stream the movie and also enjoy other new releases, fan experiences, and exclusive offers on that day.
They just released a Muppets movie on Disney Plus.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, Jace
The Haunted
really
Mansion?
liked it. Yeah,
cool.
the Halloween. Yeah,
Oh, I didn't watch that.
I think it might still be up there. Case.
It's gotta be.
I think until October 31st.
We just
The way you said that.
We just started mentioning. We mentioned it the other
Yeah.
day. Crayon
Yeah,
Hatcher is the
I
guy
probably
who did
wasn't
it.
paying attention.
I'm sure you weren't.
Oh, I didn't watch that.
You still can.
I guess you're right.
It's still
Can you
available.
find that on television?
Well, no, but
Yeah.
it is limited. It's not going to be up there forever.
Right.
Oh, no.
Well, it's
But
we
it's
know-
the Haunted Mansion.
Right.
It's going to go till
Yeah.
No, they're going
Halloween
to take it
rolls.
off before Halloween. You don't want to get too many people interested in it.
pretty much guarantee that.
Michael Giacchino tweeted out about it the other day and gave Kirk Thatcher the credit that is deserved. And also Bill Beretta, who's Gene Beretta's brother.
Yep.
Gene's a local author and does kids' books. Bill it was one of the writers on it as well. Bill does Pepe the Prawn in all these Muppet movies.
All right, we're ready for clips now. Netflix has debuted its new slasher film, There's Something Inside Your House, just in time for Halloween. In this clip, star Sydney Park talks about how she handles her relationship with the killer behind the scenes.
You don't want to, as the actor, right, like tip it too much while you're on set, at least, when you film. Off camera, it's all fun and games, and you're just like, wow, this is so cool, because it's this, something that other people don't, right? And so it's fun playing with that. It's fun playing that up in the scene, and it makes it really fun to play, honestly. It's great.
There's Someone in Your House is streaming on Netflix now. Here is the next clip. In Mass, the parents of a school shooter must confront the parents of the victims. Here, Ann Dowd talks about how this film could be translated to the stage.
It doesn't have to be a camera in one's face. The heart translates and connects differently. And in a theater, we've all been in that experience where you're profoundly moved and you're miles away. I think this would be sort of remarkable to do in the theater, but the idea of 8 times a week is challenging.
She plays Aunt Lydia on Handmaid's Tale, an intense character. Mass is in theaters now. Do you remember that movie? Oh, man, and I'm trying to think of the actor. Extremely famous.
Sean Connery.
No.
Is Julianne Moore in it? Is it similar
So
vibe?
Their
Yeah.
kid was a mass
Oh, yes,
shooter and
yes.
killed himself. The guy who played in The Queen, he was the prime minister. You know exactly.
I do know who you're talking about.
He's a great actor.
Yeah, I didn't see the movie. Did you see it?
I saw part of it. And
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, oh my god,
It's heavy, right?
This is intense. It's a subject matter that's really, really
Yeah.
wild and something you don't think about. So, all right. Anyhow, that's it. That's the entertainment.
That's all we got. It's enough.
We have a lot going on today, though. We do have Fox Good Day. We have the Money Clips. We have a couple of guests. We have Justin Guarini on the show. Dr. Mike is going to be here
The beloved Dr. Mike.
in just a little bit, so we get set for our flu shots. And
We can get
also-
our office visit in today. All of
Yeah, we
us.
can. All this, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to get a
Drop
rectal
your
exam.
pants and get ready. And the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff is happening, by the way, tomorrow night. And Nick will be at Schick's, which is 1807 Washington Avenue in Philly. And we will do some giveaways in conjunction with that appearance, too. So stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. It's very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100% fan based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it. And they made a couple of changes in my absence. And so, I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called Release the Snyder Cut. And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope. And tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times, And the studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this.
It's miraculous.
Yeah.
It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zach, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, and then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, especially during this pandemic where, like, there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times, on top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which is Touch Your Life, and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. To me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Oh, Zach was actually giving us a pass and suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from like the time of Live Aid, and it would probably it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go, as have legions, bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
the movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's, not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So yeah, if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy to, I think as a stream, when you're streaming it, and this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put it up in IMAX for you guys, because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy, or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side-by-side comparisons, and I love from you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover. And I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers. Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about DC. Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here
to mess everything up. Yeah, and
mess every single thing up.
All right,
let's hope the Justice League gets it together.
Don't give it away.
So with that,
I'm saying I hope.
Okay. Are there other actors who were initially on the cutting room floor that are now getting their treatment in this film?
Listen, I don't know 100% because, as I said, I haven't seen the theatrical cut. I might have to do that analysis. But I do know that Ryan Choi, the character of Ryan Choi, who would eventually become the Atom, his character was cut. And Kirstie Clemons, who plays Iris, she was cut. So anyway,
she's in a sequence.
Mom.
She's in a sequence with
I think
the Flashes gets a lot more time on the screen. Ezra Miller. We know there's a new Flash movie that is in the works. We get to see a bit of what the Speed Force concept looks like, which is very cool.
Sure.
Cyborg's dad, Silas Joe Morton, we see a little bit more of him. And what I love is that Steppenwolf
has a really amazing arc. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Steppenwolf, like in that version, it was like, why are you so pissed off? What is this about? With Darkseid in the mix, you I guess from what I understand and what I've read, is that Steppenwolf comes off more as he's just trying to please his boss, and he's is that correct?
There's a family issue. Yeah, he has a lot of. I mean, Kieran Hines, who voices him, is amazing, and I think brings this amazing gravitas, and I would say, frankly, he brings a lot of sympathy to the character. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that you might, feel sympathetic toward this big spiky monster from space who's into world domination and has a giant axe and it's just basically chopping everybody in half. But he's got his own problems.
But that's what you need. To me, I've always hated a villain. And I've said this countless times on the show. A mustache-twirling, one-dimensional villain does nothing for me.
Thank you so much, Kathy. We are delighted to have an in-studio guest who's been approved and all set and sterilized and sanitized.
Yes.
And ready for your consumption. Ladies and gentlemen, from Penn Medicine and Fox 29, where we'll be going on in just a little while, Dr. Mike Sirigliano is here with us. Hi, Dr. Mike.
This is very emotional for me because it's been, 2 years, and we're all here.
Yeah.
We survived. We did it, and it's getting better.
It's getting better.
It's getting better.
I love to hear that. We feel that way. Things are happening. I got to tell you, though, I don't know, you guys, we're all Dr. Mike's patients, but he's like a across-the-country superstar on the Fox. He does Fox hits all around the country. Are you guys aware of that?
Actually, I saw a little thing where William Shatner, who's going up into space today, was commenting about Dr. Mike.
Yeah.
He liked you.
Well, he liked me. I think he's afraid of me.
I think he was.
That was pretty much it.
He
I
thought,
didn't see this.
he thought I was Bones.
So they cut from an interview. Mike was on one of the affiliates, one of the Fox affiliates, doing his thing, and then they went into an interview with William Shatner, who says, I kind of like that doctor. He's kind of crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no way.
Well,
he imitated Dr. Mike too.
Seriously?
Yeah,
I have to see this.
She wouldn't let me finish. I get emotional.
Yes.
And this was a hot topic. It's what happens in the brain when you smell pumpkin pie spice.
Right.
Okay.
And she wouldn't let me finish. I said, wait. And I used my hands because, you know what? I'm Italian.
Right.
And he picked up on that.
Yes, he did. It was very funny. It was awesome. I know you're a fan. It was very cool.
You know what cracks me up about Mike? So the other day I was having an issue and we were talking on the phone and I go, and he arranged some tests for me to get done. And I go, man, thanks so much. I appreciate it. And he's like, what? What do you think of? Like I defended him by thanking him.
Yes.
It's like, I'm here to take care of you. What are you surprised by
Yes.
that?
Well,
what am I funny like a clown?
Yeah.
You act like we just started dating. Listen,
I love it.
We've had man love.
Yeah.
Yes.
Quite a number of
Digitally.
times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Digitally.
Like prison love.
Yes.
It's important to express gratitude, and we're all grateful for you.
So
We really are.
No, and I appreciate
Yeah.
that. But you know what? And you don't hear this a lot. I appreciate you because you come to see me. And that's not something you hear a lot. But as a healthcare provider, I am honored and blessed that guys like you and even Kathy come to Kathy come to see me.
The enigma.
And that means a lot to me.
Well, I will say I've been to Dr. Mike's office and Penn Medicine a lot lately because we're trying to figure out why I have these hives all over my body. And, it was, emotionally, like mentally, I was losing it a little bit because it was really taxing on my body. So I'm talking to Dr. Mike, and a lot of times it's not just talk because I'm angry and I'm not taking it out on him, but he's hearing the other end of it. And Dr. Mike is awesome, and he's been so wonderful through this entire process. And if you can find a doctor like him and you have a connection with a doctor like that, he really was able to help me and in the process of figuring this out. I really have never worked with a doctor like him. So thank you, Dr. Mike.
So stop and think about that from the one Kathy Romano. You guys fight like a married couple, and it's wonderful to hear that.
But
and
it's not
true.
fight. It's not
I
fight.
know. It's true.
It's love.
Yes.
And you know what I'm hearing a lot? What? A lot of your guests and a lot of you are saying, guess what? I love you.
Yes.
Are you noticing
And they're
that?
quoting,
yeah.
and
I
they're,
love you.
They're acknowledging you.
I'm noticing that.
They are.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, I'm the noticer here.
The noticer. That's right.
So you're here for a reason.
Right.
We're headed into flu season.
Right.
What's the latest prognosis on what variant and so on this year? Because they try to pinpoint it down to what is going to be the most likely strain of this to hit.
So the big news post-pandemic is the fact that because of the messenger RNA type vaccines for COVID, it may change the way we deal with flu.
Okay.
And traditionally, what we've done with traditional flu shots is we estimate what strains of flu virus are circulating in the southern hemisphere, and then we try to predict. The thing is that with messenger RNA technology, now we might be able to be more accurate, change things up quicker, and I think it's going to be revolutionary.
Really?
And in the future, because look, COVID-19 is never going to leave the planet. It will always be around. And even if we get herd immunity and and everybody's vaccinated, all of that, there are places in the world where you will get circulating variants. So what's going to happen, in my humble prediction, is that every fall, every year, there'll probably be a booster, and we'll probably see combinations of flu vaccine with
Floosters.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Listen, that makes total sense because it's not going to go away. But what I do like is the notion that because on average, like for example, Preston had the flu shot last year. He got the flu.
Yep.
It happens.
Right.
Yeah. I got a different. I got influenza B.
Right.
And I think it was inoculated for A.
So listen to this. So flu shots traditionally have not had really good efficacy. If you look at the COVID-19 vaccines, oh my God, they are so much better. Johnson & Johnson, you get that second shot, 94% efficacy, never heard of before. Right. And so this is going to revolutionize the efficacy of the flu. And remember, about 30,000 people die a year from the flu. And I want to say
that's an average, right? It can be much more.
It can be more than that. Yeah. And I mean, compared to almost 1 million people, I mean, with COVID, the thing is that what I'm noticing now, is that people who were fully vaccinated and they're getting breakthrough infections, they don't end up in the hospital, and they're not dying. I have like 3 now.
That's great.
And it's a nuisance more than they're on a ventilator.
Right.
It's a whole different world.
Listen, that's great. Like I saw the comedian Fluffy, I think his name is, and he's like 300 pounds. He's diabetic. He had his vaccines. He's somebody who would be at risk. He had a comorbidity, and he got COVID, and he did very well through it. And he said, because he credited him with that. With the flu, so you're saying we could raise what do we usually hover at, like 45, 50%?
In a good year.
In a good year.
Yeah.
So that's a good year. You say we could up that because for me, it makes sense. So I'm older, and I want to make sure that I have that protection. And we do the camp out and stuff. We see a lot of people, and it's part of the deal. You say we could raise that up. Give me a conservative estimate about where we could get with the new innovations.
It's hard to
give
predict.
me a rock solid guess.
Come on, what the heck
number?
No, the bottom line is I think it's going to be much better than it is now.
So we're going old school flu shot today, though, right?
Right, old school, but everyone needs to get it because flu is bad. Flu kills. And think of it this way. You get the flu, and then you call Dr. Mike. Now I have to figure out, is it COVID? Is it flu?
Right.
Is it a sinus infection? What is it? And that will protect you from things like the flu.
That flu I got last year rocked me pretty hard, man.
It did.
It's
a full week. A full week.
Yeah,
You're getting your ass kicked.
Yep.
So what are they betting on this year? What is did they have a specific name for the flu strain that we're fighting today?
Well, they're basing it on strains that they noticed in the wintertime in the southern hemisphere.
By the way, does the southern hemisphere realize that they are our lab rats every year?
Well, they're ahead of us.
Yeah, okay.
Right? Argentina.
Who do they rely on?
Yeah. Their spring is coming,
Right,
and our fall and winter's coming.
Right,
so they base it on those particular strains. They do the best they can. Things change, and as we've learned from COVID, they mutate.
Right.
All right? So that's the way the world is. Look, if you're a virus, you want to eke out a living just like all of us, right? So you want to change and mutate so that you can continue to survive. That's what viruses do.
Doesn't want to kill the host, right? It wants to survive. It wants you to survive. It wants its host to survive. Would that be correct?
No, it wants to kill you.
Yeah.
No. It wants to replicate and spread.
Right.
That's what
And
it
that
wants.
can
It
kill you.
doesn't
Yeah.
give, to quote you, a rat's ass.
A rat's
about you.
ass,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
Well, shall we start rolling up our sleeves
Let's
here
do
and
that.
get this
Let's
started?
rock
All
and
right,
roll.
Nick's closest to you, so why don't we
All
send
right.
him over? By the way, I saw this. Cool posting. This cute Kathy, and this will speak to you because this kid was afraid of needles and he wanted to get the vaccination.
Yeah.
So he went in and he wore I guess it was from a Halloween costume, a pirate's patch. He was going to get it on his left arm, so he wore it on his left eye, so he wouldn't see them over there with the needle, and that's the way he kind of.
I've gotten pretty good. Do you watch the needle go in? Yeah, I will. Yeah. And I asked him to sort of like really stir it around.
It doesn't bother me, especially this. It's so tiny.
Well,
I mean, you can't even feel it. But when drawing blood, I will look the other way because that's a thicker needle. It's going in deeper. You know.
Anytime I've ever looked at the needle is when I pass out. So I can absolutely not look at the needle. And I had to give blood. Dr. Mike took, I think, half of the blood in my body out. And every time I go, I just, because I don't want to be, I also don't want to be rude to the phlebotomist, but I'm like, just so you know, I can't look. And she's like, honey, as long as you're okay, that's what we're going to do.
Have you told Mike about your Botox your attempts that failed?
And I just run out?
Ran out of the office?
I have fully accepted that Botox is not going into my body.
Right.
So I'm just going to deal, I'm going to have wrinkles, and I'm going to be like the girl on Ted Lasso. I think
Can
she looks
I
great.
interrupt? You're beautiful. What the heck are you trying to do?
I'm not. I just said no.
Well,
I
let
just
me
said
stop
it is
it.
not happening. It's not going in my body.
Let me. Where do you stand on Botox, Mike?
If it's medically necessary, yes. But look, don't be messing. I mean, I see some folks and their lips, that
Looks
lip
bad.
thing.
Looks
It's
bad.
not my thing.
Yeah.
No, I like the natural. You're so, Kathy. Come on.
I mean, I know. Dr.
Forget it.
Botox can be used for things like migraine treatment and.
Listen, I know I'm beautiful.
Hey, by the way, Dr. Mike, while you're doing that, I'm going to pull
Yeah.
up Melissa because she has a question, and
Yeah.
this is a fair one. Hi, Melissa. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Hang on a second. We're getting Nick's shot right now. Dr. Mike has just finished Nick. There we go. He's done. Oh, and he's bleeding. He's bleeding. We got a bleeder.
Oh, triage quickly.
But you had a question for Dr. Mike, Melissa?
Yeah, I just turned 50 and I was going to get the shingles vaccine, but I'm also going to get the flu vaccine, and I'm due. If I could get a COVID vaccine booster, I would like that. I just don't know what to do first because I heard you can't do them all, around the same time.
So what's your procedure here, Mike?
Okay, Melissa. So listen.
I'm
to me.
still bleeding.
Wait.
Scoot closer to him.
We got a bleeder
There
here.
you go.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Wait. Hold on, Melissa. I know
All right.
we're running a show.
I'll come back.
No, wait.
Dr.
Don't
Mike-
hang up.
No. She'll stay there while you're doing that. I heard a report the other day that I thought, and you can tell me whether I'm correct or not, Dr. Mike, that getting the COVID vaccine and the flu vaccine around the same time, I think the CDC said that there's no issue with that. Am I correct about that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Now,
Yep.
All right, but so
All right, hang on. We're patching up, Nick. There you go.
so Melissa says there's no issue, correct, Mike? Am I quoting you correctly? I'm sorry, Nick's bleeding out here.
He's
We're
tending.
sorry.
Yeah. We have to
bleeding
fashion a
out.
tourniquet. And,
Okay. Nick, what blood type? Maybe we can get a few pints in here for you.
I'm B
So,
positive.
Melissa, so here's the deal. The Centers for Disease Control now says you can get the flu shot with the COVID shot. In fact, that's what I did. Now, I don't like to give more than one shot per arm, so I would definitely not do more than 2 shots. Now, the shingle shot can kick your butt.
Yeah.
It can
wow,
make
really?
you feel very unhealthy for about a day. Now, shingles you don't want, and shingles is a shot that everybody should get over the age of 50. However, what I would do, so Melissa, is this a booster that you're talking about for the
It
COVID?
would be the COVID booster, yes.
All right. Has it been 6 months since your second shot?
Just turned 6 months, yes.
All right, 6. And are you a healthcare worker or immunosuppressed?
I am a teacher.
Okay, so you're a frontline worker. So I would do COVID first with the flu and then push back the shingles shot down the road. You could do it in a couple of weeks or a week or so, but the only problem with that, Melissa, is that you're not going to feel well the next day.
All right, well, that's all right. I could use a day off.
Listen, tell the principal, Dr. Mike said, get off my back. I'm taking a day off, okay? Do that.
Thank you, Melissa.
All right.
By the way, while Steve's getting his shot, I freely will speak about this, Dr. Mike. I got my shingle shot. I went and got it with Dr. Mike because I've seen what that can do, and I do not want that. So I went in it, and I didn't feel any effects from that shot the next day. I guess it depends on
very variable
case to case.
But I have
to do my second. I got to do my follow-up shot, and I'll be planning that soon.
Was
in
it
2 to 6
shingles
months.
or aluminum siding, Preston?
What's that? Oh, the shingles?
or aluminum siding?
Yeah, I don't think they make the aluminum shingles anymore, so I went with the vinyl. So I did, and somebody had emailed me after I'd mentioned that on the air that they had the shingles vaccine, and it really kicked them in the ass pretty hard.
Right. It's the adjuvant. It's called the adjuvant. That's what the shingles vaccine has in it, and it stimulates the immune system. Some people get a fairly vigorous immune response, and some don't. But I wouldn't mix that one.
Man, I saw there's an ad running right now for the shingles vaccine, and a guy pulls up his shirt.
Yeah.
Whoa! I didn't know it got that big. It was like half his torso was covered in that, and I'm like, and it's extremely painful as well. You get these kind of shocking sensations, these nerve sensations. So,
I should get the shingles vaccine. I don't want that.
You have to be over 50.
God damn it!
You got to wait a little bit.
You have to be over 50?
Yes.
Wow.
It's FDA approved over 50.
So, have you had
relax, you're all tense.
chicken pox?
Yeah.
Okay, then you could potentially end up with shingles. So Steve is now getting the jab here it's our flu, our annual flu shots from Dr.
Look
Mike.
at that. No bleeding.
Done and done.
Unbelievable.
No blood on you.
Are you taking Motrin?
No.
Nick?
No.
No.
Okay.
Pregnant?
Steve,
Take a Midol.
No
Hey,
comment.
so I give my vaccine to my kids last night.
Yeah.
And my daughter is 9. She's very, very, very. How was that? Was that good for
Excellent.
you?
That was
Good.
Steve's
all right.
done.
No.
Case?
So my
I already got one.
Oh, you got one. Okay.
my daughter's very afraid of shots. So she's looking the other way, and she goes, "Daddy, is it in yet?" And I said, "Amy, I've heard that so many times before. You know,
Yes.
like that. What?
That's the old joke.
That's your daughter.
Whoa.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean that.
Now let's start the porn movie up again. No,
Hey, Mike, I have a
I
question
think
about
that's cool having shots at home.
about
Yes.
COVID. So I was talking with a friend the other day, and she said that at some point, most pandemics in the history of humanity, they last about 1 or 2 years, right? It's just kind of how pandemics go.
Right.
Do you think that there will be a declaration at some point that the pandemic is quote unquote over?
I think that there will be a calming.
Right.
Yeah.
COVID-19 is not going anywhere.
Of course, yeah.
It's going to be around. But a pandemic is a situation where we really don't have control over it. And we actually do.
And we're getting control.
We're getting control
Yeah,
of
hospitalizations are down, positive rates are down. We're definitely trending in the right direction. So I'm just curious as to whether or not somebody like the WHO or CDC would actually say, you know what? The pandemic portion of this is in the past.
Nick, I'd actually like it to come from the WWE. If we
Yeah.
could, yeah.
You know what?
Let me-
I don't know what McMahon's up to.
Let me put it to you this way. We are in a much better place. And when this first broke, the World Health Organization, even though I kept saying this is a pandemic,
They didn't.
They didn't
Yes.
mention it for
Right.
a long time. They didn't call it a pandemic.
And they didn't say it was person-to-person contagious, which was wild. But now we know better.
Yeah, we're
And-
learning all the time. I
yeah.
mean, there's stuff that comes out that is incorrect information. It's why these things take time to figure out what's going on.
Now, I have seen about 5 trillion people give shots on TV over
Dude.
the last 2 years. So here's what you do to get a proper shot. You go in the deltoid triangle.
Yeah.
You make sure that you wipe it. I use 2 alcohol wipes because I
loose
have
cannon, you.
OCD. Okay, so you do that, and you make sure when you put the needle in that you pull back
Kathy,
to make sure
pay
you don't
attention.
get
No,
blood
I
in
can't
there.
even look over that.
And then you inject. I mean, that's what you do.
You honestly, I've been with some top phlebotomists. Obviously, we do the blood drive every year, and that we got some really incredible blood takers. But your injection capabilities are unparalleled, Mike. I didn't even know the needle had gone in. That's amazing.
How are you?
I'm done.
Are you
All
good?
right.
Good?
Yeah.
Shots, 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 shots.
Do you play this at the office?
I do.
Could you? Mike's office, by the way, is a great. Listen, it's you are obviously keeping the mood up, and people are there, and they're taking care of their health, and it's just an entirely different situation. To what Kathy said earlier about honesty in your life, I had a steady string of doctors, and there was one before Mike. Dr. Gary had a good bedside manner. Gary himself got sick, and Mike is now my doctor. But when you find somebody who doesn't make you feel like an idiot for bringing up things and allows you, like you say, an educated customer, the Cy Sims thing,
right?
Is consumer is our best customer.
Right.
Somebody who takes an active approach to their own health can benefit from it.
My favorite though is if it's a busy day and you're in an examination room and Mike's zipping in and out and you'll hear him pop his head into someone else's room. Gladys, I love you. I'll be right there. Stay right where you are. You look fantastic.
You do, yeah.
I'll be right back. You're my number one priority.
Stop it with the stool softener.
Yeah. There was a time, man, where I sat in a doctor's office, a specialist office, I kid you not, for just shy of 2 hours. And this is not the waiting room. This is an exam room where there's nothing to do.
No.
It's not okay.
And I mean, I was this close to getting up and walking out.
I go
so
through
pissed off.
all
man.
the cabinets and everything.
Yeah, you can.
At a certain point, I'm like, okay, what do you got in here?
Yeah.
Hey, do you know some of the doctors, and I don't know if you do this or not, Dr. Mike, but my gynecologist does it. They list if she's running behind or not. So you can actually call or go into, walk by her office, and they have it posted outside. So if she's running, it'll say she's running 30 minutes behind. You can, if you have to, have blood work done or you want to go get something to eat or whatever, you can do it and come back.
Gynecologists, there's a lot of openings in that field, right, Mike? Hi.
Hey, rapid fire questions. I'm not going to be able to go to these calls. It's going to take too much time. We've got to stay on time here. So real quick, Mary says, should teenagers get the COVID vaccine?
Absolutely. My daughter, who's 9, the minute it is approved, she will get it.
All right. Had shingles as a child. Can you get it again? That's from Stephanie.
Yes,
Okay.
Stephanie.
Peyton says, do you have to get the same brand of booster as COVID shot?
That's very interesting. Right now, yes, studies are ongoing to see if that may change.
Okay.
But right now, there's some intriguing data from Europe about that. But right now, you get the same shot.
And then Lucy, I don't understand this question. I'm going to go to her. She's 15 years old. Lucy, hi there.
Hi.
Quick question for Dr. Mike.
Yeah, I just was wondering if it was 6 months or 8 months in between the vaccine shots.
For the booster, and this is for your grandfather, or is this?
Yeah, this is for my grandfather.
Right. So originally, the Biden administration came out and said 8 months. Right now, we're going with 6 months, and that's based on the data from Israel, where antibody levels started to decline after about 6 months. And so that's what we're saying, 6 months. But look, if Grandpa hasn't gotten it, and it's more than 6 months, get it, do it.
We'll get him out of the house.
All right, Lucy, thank you.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you later. All right.
All right. Well, then I have a question because now I'm 7 months post second vaccine shot.
Right.
So when would I be, as a 40-something-year-old man, be eligible for my booster?
So here's the deal with that. I mean, the FDA has approved the booster for people over 65, people who are immunosuppressed, all right, and frontline workers. Now, one could say that because of your job, you're in front of people a lot, you're dealing with a lot of people. One might say, look, in my humble opinion, everyone should get a booster, but that's the party line right now.
Okay.
So are you a frontline worker? I think you interact with people just like teachers do. You're all over the place.
Yep.
I think with anybody, talk to your doctor, make your decision based on what you and your doctor. That's the person who's looking out for you the most,
right?
And you move from there,
right? That's exactly right. That's a very good question, and it's one that's an individual one. Look, we have plenty of vaccine. It's not like there's a shortage and you're stealing it from grandma who's on immunosuppressive therapy for cancer.
Right.
So
no, you steal her Social Security check.
Yes,
right.
right.
That's the bottom line.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're all immunized up. We're ready to go.
Take on the camp out, which is coming up.
Yes.
Honestly, this is for me. This is the prior to camp out. I boost up with the flu shot. And to me, it's a thing.
And listen, before you complimented me, I'm complimenting you. All right, you are going to the Broadcasting Hall of Fame. Now, let me just say one thing. So over the summer, my son plays Little League Baseball, and one of the coaches wanted walk-up music.
Right.
So I'm calling a future Hall of Fame broadcaster, Preston. I said, Preston, what songs should I think about?
Right.
And he can. So that bespeaks volumes about the kind of person you are and all of you are. And I know you hate self-deprecating. I'm all into that.
Right.
But the bottom line is you are amazing people. You're part of the fabric and landscape of Philadelphia, and you're beautiful people.
Oh.
And I'm going to say it. I love you all.
We love you, Dr. Mike. You are the best. Dr. Mike Srigliano, guys.
Great to
Fox
see you.
29 in Penn Medicine. By the way, it was Man in the Box from Alice in Chains. I recommend it.
I thought you were going to be closer by 9 Inch Nails.
No. All right, with that, we're going to take a break. We're going over to Mike's other home, Fox 29. When we return, do a little check-in with Mike and Alex. And we have secret text where we have all kinds of, and the money clip on the way. We'll be right back. Make sure that you stay with us.
Villain that you can slightly understand the impetus for is far more interesting.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. 100%. You know,
So I wanted to ask and double back to Ray Fisher because I was reading something about him. For those who don't know, he's the one who plays Cyborg. Actually, he's from the area.
Yeah, yes.
We spoke to him years ago. He apparently has had a great reaction to the Snyder Cut. I read this morning that he absolutely loved it. Now, he had his issues with the replacement and its controversies, and we won't get into that here. But how does that feel to you to know that he's happy with what he's seen?
Well, you know, Ray's a buddy, and you know, I just when I hired him and when we started this process, it was really, to me, it was all about you know, honoring the character as best I could, and I just, anytime an actor sees the movie and is moved by it and enjoys it, you know, that's you know, for me the ultimate you know, the ultimate in vindication, and it makes me super happy. So I'm glad that Ray got to enjoy it.
Cool.
And I saw that video of him where he was just going nuts. So
He watched it in a hotel room too. Apparently, it was yeah.
Yeah, not the best viewing experience, but you can see that if it plays in a hotel room,
It'll play anywhere.
Hey, Zach, I wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for joining us today because I know today's a huge day, and I'm sure everybody wanted a piece of you. And so the fact that you woke up early, you know, it's like 5 o'clock in your time right now, that you woke up early, that you're spending some time with us, I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, why did you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to Philadelphia radio? I would like to think that you like our show, but is it because you have family in the area?
Look, I'm a friend of the show, and I really do. I love you guys. Whenever I get a chance, if you guys, when I see the text arrive on my phone, we're doing a show, you want to jump on? I'm like, let's go.
Hey, I have a question. Since we're doing this via Zoom and we can see into your domicile there, do you play piano?
My kids do.
Okay.
My kids play.
There's a piano book behind you and a piano. I was going to have you tickle the ivories there for us a little bit if that was the case.
By the way, if I could, I would jump on. I would play a little, I don't know what, but I'd be, and sing, of course.
Speaking of music, though, just to bring up this point, everyone's raving about the new music for the film, and explain what happened.
Junkie did this again when I left. Junkie XL, who does the score, he you know, they replaced him as well. And then when I came back to finish the movie, Junkie, I called him and I said, "We're doing the movie. We're going to finish it." And he was like, "What?" And I said, "Do you have any music like left over?" And he goes, "You know what? I'm going to do it all from scratch. I want to start over." And so he just, you know, it's 4 hours, pretty much 4 hours of music. And it's unbelievable. He just destroyed it. And we are doing it's coming out. I don't know exactly when it comes out. We'll have to check out, but we're doing a vinyl box. So like if you're into vinyl,
oh wow,
you know, they're gonna do a full release of the soundtrack on vinyl. And that's pretty cool. As well as, of course, at Apple Music, you can you can check it out.
Well, Zach, I'd like to ask a follow-up question about that topic because I loved the soundtrack for Man of Steel. It was Hans Zimmer did that. Do you have favorite composers that you like working with, and how do you end up choosing one? Because there are a lot of great ones out there, and Hans is legendary. So why change, in the same cinematic universe and do a different composer?
Hans and Junkie worked together. That's why I met Junkie. He came, from sort of Hans's camp, and that's how we sort of got together. And then, because the two of them did Batman versus Superman together.
Okay.
And then then when we went on to Justice League, I was like, okay, Junkie, you want to do it? You want to do the whole thing? And he was like, absolutely. And we worked together. He did, he did Fury Road and a bunch of other amazing soundtracks. And it's just, and he just finished Army of the Dead for me.
When is the release on that?
Shot right over there in Atlantic City.
When's the release on that? We hear it was bumped back again.
May 21st.
May 21st. Okay. Just to also
be ready. I'll be back on the show in no time.
Oh, you bet your ass. You made a critical mistake in answering our texts because we're going to be on you like white on rice. But and I just want to convey the excitement to people who may not understand. For example, and I think I mentioned to you this to you at the campout. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the original theatrical cut, really enjoyed. Yet there were some things that to me were like, well, there didn't seem to be an explanation fully. When I saw the full director's cut with the additional footage in it, it took greatness and made it even better. Because to me, all those things are filled in. To know that you've had this ability to go back and add in those little things, and I don't want to spoil anything. I had to do a little research, so I know there are a couple of new characters that make appearances that are going to rock fans' worlds. So yeah. So are you kind of like a guy who has the ultimate gift to give someone on on Christmas or whatever, and now you can get to see them unwrap it and get the reaction?
Yeah, I mean, that's a cool way to look at it. I hope fans take this opportunity to really, and I think if you haven't seen Justice League, at all, then I think this really represents an amazing opportunity to just kind of go deep into a world, and excited that people are going to get that chance.
All right, so what other press are you doing today? I know you have a watch party, so maybe you can talk a little bit about that, but where else can your fans catch you today?
Yeah, there's a watch party. I don't know if it's live, but I'm doing a thing for 300, weirdly, with Stephanopoulos, with the Hellenic League, because it was the I think it's the 2000. No, it's got to be more than that. It's 480 BC.
The anniversary of the Battle of Thermopylae.
Yeah, it's one of the anniversaries. But it's thousands of years. But that's exciting. So I'm talking to them.
Are you going to have anybody from the battle attending? Or?
Yeah. Leonidas is coming. So that's kind of weird that I was like, wow, that's a blast from the past. But you absolutely have to do that.
What an honor to have some of the original veterans in attendance. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We better hurry up and get their stories. Before it's too late.
Preston, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And, I'm doing a couple of watch. Well, I don't even like you. I'm delirious, so I can't remember. I don't know.
It's early.
Well, shuttling me around, but always stopping here is important.
We appreciate that.
It was announced that you're going to do the Fountainhead. Is that correct?
Well, no, I own the Fountainhead. I don't really have we don't really have a model for it. But I've got it. It's kind of on the, I would say it's on a slow burn.
Okay.
Okay.
But, we'll see. The next thing I'm doing, I'm trying to do this small movie that I wrote with my friend Kurt Johnstad, who actually wrote the script, called Horse Latitudes. And it's a movie that we want to just go shoot in South America, with two guys. And it's like a real, sort of micro budget movie, and then
that's got to be refreshing. That's going to have to be.
Yeah,
that's like
I just want to go
a complete diversion.
The the actors. You know what I mean? So that's fun.
So what does this mean, just quickly? You've got this. The reaction so far has been tremendous. Everything sort of stopped for the Snyderverse. Do you think HBO Max, do you think we are seeing perhaps the potential for allowing you to complete your longer game in this?
Listen, I mean, I don't, that's not necessarily, I didn't make it with that intention. We did make the movie with the, when we originally filmed the movie, we assumed there would be 2 more movies. That's kind of how the movie's made. There's a cliffhanger at the end, and I know it's rude that there's a cliffhanger for a movie that may not get a sequel, but it's just the way it was constructed, and I wanted to do it exactly as we had talked about. Look, I didn't think I'd be sitting here talking to you guys about this. Yeah. So, you never know. Stranger things have happened. So.
All right.
Well, I don't know if we talked about this or not, but Army of the Dead is going to be released on May 21st. And I don't know if we talked about where is it going to be released? I don't know if we.
That's on Netflix.
It's Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix has been amazing. You are going to get, trust me, you will know where Army of the Dead is playing and what it's about. Netflix does not. They do not play.
Yeah. They like to advertise.
You trust me. And the trailer,
I saw it.
coming really soon in April, like right at the beginning of April, like I think middle-ish of April. And the new trailer is just it's a butt kicker. I don't want to say the A word because I know I'm
You can say ass.
Yeah, and I would say ass kicker.
Well, then it is a ass kicker.
I do want to thank you again for joining us this morning, and then also I want to thank you because when I was texting with you the other day, my son was next to me, and I go, "Hey, I just got a text from Zack Snyder," and he was like, "No way!" And so I looked really, really cool, and he was like, "Tell him I said hi. I'm a huge fan." So I did, and then you texted back, and then I promised him I would say this. He said, "You have to put a character in your next
WMMR."
Going Fox, good day. That's the music. Here we go.
Preston and Steve, apparently there's been a resurgence of 90s fashion. And along with it, a resurgence of people asking for lower back tattoos. Is this a good thing or bad thing, Steve?
Listen, Preston just got one that I think is pretty amazing.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know they're known as a tramp stamp, but and by the way, Dr. Mike is standing right over your shoulder, waving at his Fox 29 crew. But I can reveal this if you want to.
I think it's going to be more perfect timing.
Can we pan down
since
on
you just got this
the camera here a little bit? You guys ready?
Yeah.
Here's my tramp stamp.
It's pretty amazing.
Oh my God, that's amazing! Whoa! Wow.
It's. I think
it's eerie.
I mean, in the fact that you care that much about Mike Jarek, to make him your tramp stamp.
I've always hidden my feelings here on the air when we do this interaction, but I'm a huge fan.
Yeah,
just a huge fan.
I'm not what I'm cracked up to be.
Hey! Waka waka waka! I'm here all day.
Oh yeah, yes. You guys have a rim shot now? Oh my God.
We do actually.
So Mike, you have to return the favor?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You know what?
Reciprocate.
Just have his name etched on your Prince Albert, and that'll take care of everything.
Well, it begins with a P.
No, I think the tramp stamp has.
Put on both names, Preston.
The tramp stamp has gotten such a bad, a bad connotation.
Yeah, it went out of fashion.
Yeah,
it was, and unfortunately that fashion was permanent.
Yeah,
but the fact that it's coming back around, that's interesting.
I
don't like them.
I think they look weird. They look weird on guys, and I've seen.
Yeah, maybe on guys, but I think like on a woman, I never hated it. I don't have any tattoos because I want to be buried in a Jewish cemetery. But I don't think it looks terrible. I think anywhere I would prefer
on what
that.
It is.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she has. Who would you get? If you were to get a tramp stamp, Mike, for a guy, who would you get?
I will say this. Well, I mean, obviously, Alex has the same one as Preston. They got it.
We did it together.
But I was dating a woman, and she didn't tell me that she was going to get a lower back tattoo.
Right.
So one evening, whoa, what's this?
Wow.
And you know what it was? It was Betty Boop.
Oh,
Betty
Apparently
Boop.
that.
That's popular. Yeah.
Betty Boop above where you poop.
Right.
That's great. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Betty Boop.
You'll like this, Mike. I kid you not. I was out playing golf, and sometimes I'll pair you up with other groups. And I got paired up with this guy, and we're on the putting green. He comes over. I introduce myself to him, and he goes, "By the way, your name is tattooed on my butt." And I kid you not, he got a Preston Steve tattoo on his butt. His name was Dan. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah. We do this thing called Tattooesday every week.
Every Tuesday.
Did he proceed to show you right then and there?
He did. I got on the 18th green. I got a picture. I posted on my Instagram.
Became
account.
the 19th hole.
Yeah, it did. Rim shot. There it is.
There you go.
What an ass. All right, guys.
All right.
This
That's
was
enough.
successful.
All right. We'll see you later, guys. Oh, my God. So we are about. I got to rip my tattoo off of my back.
Oh, man.
We're
Was it
about
real?
1 minute away from getting our money clip for the day, the first one of the day here. But it looks like Dr. Mike has got all his stuff in hand. Looks like he's ready to head out of here. So we already said goodbye to you, but we love you, Dr. Mike.
Love you guys.
We love you.
Take care. Be safe.
All right,
All
you
right.
too, Dr. Mike, the best in the world.
And
Very-
he kept his mask on for protocol.
Yeah, he was absolutely following all that, as you would imagine. By the way, I don't want to mention this. We have a meet and eat today. We'll do giveaways in a little bit. Chicks stopped by. They're in Philadelphia, 1807 Washington Avenue. They brought by all kinds of great food. We'll do $25 gift cards in just a little bit. I want to get the money clip out of the way first. But Nick's going to be there tomorrow night, and it's game night.
Yeah, the Eagles are actually playing. So that guy that went to go see Casey last week, when he thought the Eagles were playing, come see me tomorrow night. Chicks, it's 1807 Washington Avenue in Philadelphia. So, yeah, stop by. Please say hi.
And you guys will have, let me see, usually I know what kind of giveaways you will have. You'll have a pair of tickets to the Birds Chargers game on November 7th. And also a chance to win a Boston Scott football courtesy of Bud Light.
Nice.
You can click on events at WMMR.com to get all of the details, but that is tomorrow night, 7 to 9 at Chicks in South Philly. All right, it's 8 o'clock. Here we go.
93.3 WMMR. It's time for an MMR Money Clip.
La-di-da-di-da-di-da. Ah, bees!
Now, here's your Money Clip keyword.
And the word is flip, my friends. F-L-I-P. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways for you to do it. You can text the word flip to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $500 in this company-wide contest. That person will get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. So the word again is flip. We got $500 over here. Please come and get it. Yes, Casey.
So, Nick, your appearance tomorrow night is at Chicks, and I knew it sounded familiar to me, so I had to look it up. I've been to that establishment before.
All right.
I went and did a charity softball game. There's a park right across the street, and so I did this charity softball game. My first 2 at-bats, I hit, and I'm not bragging here, but I hit these bombs of home runs, right? The crowd went crazy. So my third time at bat, they made me bat left-handed.
Because you're so damn good.
I hit a home run left-handed.
Dude.
Yes. But most importantly, afterwards, we went by there and we ate, and their food was amazing.
So this is across from the Casey Boy Memorial Fields.
Well, I was going to say, there at Nick's appearances tomorrow night, there's a statue unveiling that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, it's newer. They've definitely given the outside of Chicks a facelift.
Well, if I can say something, there's a urologist across the way, and I was there, and the guy kept complimenting me about my huge penis, and then I went into Chicks and had great food.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think that's just the playground, Steve. I don't think he was a doctor. I think he was just a guy.
All right. Casey's big home run story.
3 home runs.
Let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK. to get in on the action. I'm just going to ponder that for a while. All right, many were treated to the sight of a fireball lighting up the night sky with images of a meteor sailing above Lake Louise, striking awe. This is in Canada. Longtime resident Ruth Hamilton, however, was fast asleep, or at least she was, until she was roughly awoken by the sound of a crash through her ceiling and the sensation of debris on her face. She said, I jumped up, turned on the light. I couldn't figure out what the heck had happened.
What the hell?
She said that she took a look around to get her bearings and spotted a rock sitting neatly on her pillow next to where her head usually lays. She called 911, unsure of what to make of the projectile, and a police officer arrived on the scene. After establishing the rock was not there as a result of ongoing construction, they settled on the only other explanation, that a meteorite had come through her roof. And it landed,
could have killed her
right by her head.
Yeah.
He said, we called the Canyon Project to see if they were doing any blasting, and they weren't. But they did say that they had seen a bright light in the sky, that it exploded and caused some booms.
Sorry about that.
She said, I was shaken, scared when it happened. I thought somebody had jumped in or it was a gun or something. It was almost a relief when I realized that it could have only fallen out of the sky. Hamilton says that she's totally fine, avoided any injuries, and that she plans to keep the rock for the foreseeable future, stating that her grandchildren think it's pretty cool.
I wonder, so if something comes in like that, do you have to check the rock for... It's from outer space.
Yeah, I don't know.
Could
I'm
have
not sure what the story
deadly
is.
alien microbes.
Yeah, who knows? A vet was left astounded when a dog visited the clinic and then puked up a rather unusual item. It was a pink vibrator. And it was like one that had some little attachments to it. It was pretty funny. I saw it. The video shared shows the medium-sized Rottweiler standing in the middle of the treatment room where the staff had put down a few pee pads. Within seconds, the canine starts to throw up some disgusting yellow liquid, followed by a neon pink vibrator. An assistant holding the dog's leash is seen retching in the background while the dog owner cheers and says, woo, there it goes. The Reddit user shared the clip with the joke saying, when you want to party, but you get too excited. One viewer said that it had happened to them in the past.
That the dog ate the dildo?
They said, no, something else. I used to be a vet tech. We once got a Rottweiler to throw up oyster shells and condoms.
Wow.
The guy who brought him in said that he needs to throw up, wouldn't say why. Many dog owners were left in hysterics and said that their dogs have sometimes swallowed some very unusual things, of course. But look at
the
this
size of that
Look at the
thing.
picture of this dildo.
Woof.
It's hilarious. Yeah. A woman got mad that a store was playing a song that she did not like, so she caused a scene, leading police to be called. Police said the 45-year-old woman was at Paradise Fruit Market on September 27th when she heard the song. She told workers that the song made her sad and asked that they stop playing it.
What song was it? Did they say?
They didn't say, but when the workers told her that they couldn't stop the song, she got angry. She started yelling, so employees called police to escort the woman out of the store. However, the woman left and called the police to tell them that she went to Sterling Heights, wherever that is. An officer found the woman sitting in a vehicle. As he was trying to speak to her, she got agitated, accusing him of lying, and drove away. The officer tried to use his vehicle to block the woman from leaving, but she drove around the patrol car and left. She was stopped, arrested, and later charged with hinder and obstruction of a police officer. After she was released from the lockup, she walked into the police department and began screaming at the front desk attendant. Police said the woman would not calm down, so she was arrested again. And
I hate Kokomo!
And a disorderly conduct charge was added. Nick can
commiserate.
A man died after he hit people on a sidewalk with his truck, crashed against a building, and then was pulled out and beaten by the group in Southern California.
Yeah.
The man was asked to leave the business early Saturday, and then he argued with someone while walking to his truck. The man then intentionally drove the truck onto the sidewalk, nearly hitting a group of patrons before his truck wedged against a tree. As the patrons tried to take the man out of the driver's seat, he accelerated again and hit the corner of a nearby building. They took the driver out of the truck, and they continued fighting with him until police arrived. The driver suffered blunt force trauma. He died at the scene. The incident was captured on surveillance video, but the truck footage was grainy, and the fight occurred behind the truck, partially out of view. And you could see that there was fighting going on, but you couldn't tell who was doing what. Most of the people involved in the fight were interviewed by detectives and then released. Pending the results of an autopsy. Detectives were waiting to see if the results of the autopsy show that the man may have suffered a medical issue during the fight that led to his death or exactly what it was. So the driver was only identified as a man in his mid-40s. That's pretty wild.
So they don't know if he was literally beaten to death or if
Yeah.
he suffered a collateral issue?
Yeah, they don't know until the autopsy. A police force in Ontario has released 911 audio after a man called the emergency line to report he had to go pee while he was stuck in the traffic. Police released the audio.
I gotta go.
To remind people about the proper usage of dialing 911. When the 38-second call begins, the operator asks the man if he needs police, fire, or emergency service, an ambulance. He first says he needs an ambulance, but then he tells the operator he needs the police. And he said, the thing is, I have to pee, and these guys are not moving. The operator says, this is your emergency, that you have to pee? And how are the police going to help you urinate?
How are people so bad at reckoning what an emergency is?
And then the caller repeats to the operator, I have to pee, man.
I gotta pee.
Well, he said he had to go pee.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I said he had to go pee.
The operator said, I'm not sure what you'd like me to do if you have to urinate. I can't help you with that, and then disconnected the call. So.
Stay on the line with me.
All right, and then one last story.
No.
Oh, that's it. All right, that's all we have time for. That's the Bizarre File. That's what the man says.
Sorry.
So, yeah, we got guests and stuff coming up, so we got to make sure we stay on time. A reminder, the word for the money clip is flip right now, F-L-I-P. So get that entered. You only have about 5 minutes left to do it, and we'll see if you win the $500. So, again, the word is flip. And now I'd like to give away a $25 gift card to Chicks for the huddle tomorrow night, which is the Thursday night kickoff. Sorry, it used to be called the huddle. Now it's the kickoff. And we'll take call number 10 at 215-263 WMMR. We will give that to you. We will be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
His name is Seamus, because that is his name.
Oh, my
So,
God.
there you go.
There we go.
There you go. It's Super Seamus.
Oh, my God. My son's name is Ben, if you want to toss that in.
No.
Leave Zach alone.
Soon he's going to be doing shout-outs.
Yeah,
so it's
right.
Well, listen, Zach, thanks again. It's a big day for you and also for AFSP, like you said. People bring awareness to that and suicide prevention and getting therapy and for people who need it. So we appreciate the time. Yes, Casey?
Yeah, we do have information about that on our website.
Okay, yep. It's located.
That's
If
awesome.
you'd
Thanks,
like to
guys.
donate, you can.
Thanks
Our
for
pleasure.
bringing that up.
Great to talk to you, Zach. Good luck with everything and congratulations.
All right. You can go check out Justice League on HBO Max, and I will talk to you guys later.
Outstanding. Zack Snyder, guys. Wow.
Huge.
Stoked for tonight.
Yes.
Or as soon as you gonna watch it today?
I want to watch it straight through, and it's a tough thing on a school night. So I'm going to try. If not, it'll be tomorrow because I want to live and go into this world. I'm so damn excited.
All right, we're going to get right into this with a story. I love this one. It's about the band Korn. So when it came time to choose a name for the band, they had considered being called Larry.
Stop it.
Larry.
This is a great story. That was the name of their manager at the time, who had told them that they could not call their band Korn. Now, Jonathan Davis told Revolver Magazine that he responded, well, we're going to name it Larry then. And he's like, F you. And I said, look, it's either going to be Larry or Korn. You effing pick it. And once they decided on a name, Davis said that the logo, this is interesting too.
Which is the K?
Well, it's the name,
Yeah.
Korn, drawn out. The logo came about when he grabbed a crayon and wrote Korn with his left hand.
Oh, there you go.
gosh.
I got a little jaggedy.
And that's it. Yep.
But look at these people spend millions of dollars on highfalutin graphic artists.
Yep. Davis said that he credits them getting their record deal due to the number of stickers with their logo on it that they had stuck all over town. We had to share this little story. So every evening at 6 o'clock, we do a quick conference call with us, with the members of the show, just to see where we are in preparation for the following day's show. If there's anything notable that we need to be aware of, interviews and so on. And that also includes topic conversations. And so we're getting ready to wrap up the call last night, and then Kathy's got one more thing to add.
Well, Steve, so I was at a bachelorette, and Steve's like, did, bachelorette produce anything? I was like, no, not really. It was actually pretty low-key. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
There was one thing.
There's one thing. I was talking to these girls. You remember how last week how Preston was saying that he likes to make sure that, his sexual partner has achieved.
Right.
Gets
her cookies. The cookies.
Gets the cookies
Yeah.
before going for the main course. And then Kathy says, and I'll say this verbatim because it's not vulgar or anything like that. She said, I didn't know until I talked to these girls that not all women will have an orgasm by having sex.
Yeah.
And so we're like, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden, you hear Casey go, I guess I should have told you guys that I'm in the car and have the Bluetooth on and Seamus is sitting next to me.
Well, I also brought up something from another conversation we're going to have about the wall sitting.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And
but even that was more benign.
I just I was sex, orgasm, like just all the words.
All the words.
Yeah.
Coming out of Kathy's mouth.
And so Seamus is just sitting there in the passenger seat, and I just look over at him, and I can see him smiling. Right?
God.
He's just pretending like he didn't hear anything, and I'm like, okay, he heard everything. Now here's
I didn't think Kathy had orgasms.
Well,
I mean, and honestly, of all people,
Yes.
and this is not the first. This is the second time that I've done this with Seamus in the car.
I don't remember the first time.
The first time I called in like a couple minutes late, and you had already announced that you were in the car with your kids. I didn't hear it, so at the end of I think I cursed, like I said the F word or something like that, but like. I was like joking around trying to make you guys laugh, and then there was like silence, and Casey was like, did you not hear me say I was in the car with my kids? And I was like, nope, I sure didn't.
Sorry. Here's the deal. I don't even know if he knows what that O word is.
Yeah.
All the other stuff, I'm sure he knows all about.
Right.
But the main juxt of the conversation, the gist, whatever. I sound like anyway. The main gist of the conversation, it being the O and women not getting to that. I don't even know if that all that stuff could have gone over his head, and he probably was looking that word up.
How old is he?
He's in 8th grade.
Maybe.
I don't know. But the kids have the internet these days.
Yeah, those kids.
Yeah,
and their
well,
internet.
If not, he knows now.
I'll tell you this, though, that's something that I've never had to deal with because it's just my wife, or we're transporting pets in the car. But it's such a common thing. There's no way that doesn't happen all the freaking time.
Yeah, Shell and I instituted a standard greeting, which if you're in the car and Rochelle says it to me, she goes, hi, you're on speaker, so-and-so is in the car with me. Like, that's the first thing that comes out of her mouth.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Now, in my defense, when I joined the call, there was already a conversation going on, so I couldn't bust in and go, hey, by the way, I'm a speaker, I just...
Normally, it's okay. Like the majority of our calls
is pretty benign.
It doesn't get that detailed or graphic.
But when you're all worked up and horny, it comes through.
Apparently I needed to.
Kathy was all horned up.
Well, Casey a couple of weeks ago suggested maybe we do, I forget, it was like Zoom call or FaceTime or something for our conference calls. And I was like, I can't do that because my phone is always on speaker, like when I do the conference call, because it's dinner time and, we're either cooking, cleaning, like whatever it is. And Jace is always there. And when I feel like, or like sometimes there'll be like a curse that slips, I'm like, and I gotta quick get the phone and put it up to my ear.
Yeah. So whenever I talk to my buddy Jeff on the phone, you're pretty sure that the conversation is going to go to an NC-17 rating.
Right.
So we always will go, are you on speaker? Are you alone? Or whatever.
Right.
I mean, but with our conference call, and also my kids are older now, so it's like, but when they were children, it was like, hey guys, by the way, I got the kids in the car.
Well, it's for me, it's like my a Christmas story. We heard all that stuff from my dad, and so it was all part of the deal. But we never received calls through Bluetooth in the car.
Yeah.
I was in the back seat when my dad was driving. It was something that didn't happen.
Did anybody see the South Park quarantine special?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched it with my son over the weekend, and the last 5 minutes of it, there is a giant phallus that Mr. Garrison is carrying back into town. And my son, who is a little bit older than Seamus Casey, could not stop laughing. But he was laughing so hard that he was like holding the pillow in front of his face. So like, we dance around the topic, but the older he gets, the dancing just becomes less overt. You're just like, all right, that's fine. Like he knows you don't want to be the person. I don't know. You don't want to be like overt about it, but you also know that he knows.
Listen, I've told my, and I say this time and time again. Listen, my kids are going to hear this stuff in the schoolyard, which is fine.
Right.
I don't want them teaching this stuff in the schoolyard. There's a difference, right? So
You want them getting shed talks.
No, but at the same time, with the whatever they're watching, it's like, all right, there's that weird fine line between condoning and encouraging.
Yes.
And so I don't like my son is now watching clips of The Family Guy, and he's getting such a kick out of it, and I hear him cracking up. And
At the
my
dirty
wife,
parts?
Probably. I don't know what he's, but my wife's like, it's not appropriate for him. I'm like, well, I know what I watched when I was 13 years old.
I think my like with my situation, my dad just got tired of trying to restrict it because and then my mother just sort of gave up. We tried, and and we were fine, but a lot of the stuff just went over our heads, and then eventually it was like somehow I just remember knowing about it. I forget exactly where I became aware of it. It was a combination of both the schoolyard and my dad.
Yeah. I've got my two olders. They can say whatever they want to.
Yeah. Right.
It's free reign now. I mean, they're 20 and 18.
Right.
So
Yeah.
whatever. And they will say stuff in front of my 13-year-old. So it's everything now
is on the table.
Is on the table, except for like graphic sex or anything like that. You know what I mean? So you can. I love when parents say, they've heard everything. When they're talking about their kid who's a toddler, he's heard everything. But
no, they haven't.
He may have heard all the words, not in a specific order though.
Yeah,
which can make it very graphic and dirty.
Well, like Chuck D'Amico, right? So Chuck D'Amico is part of our pod. I work with Chuck, and then so my kids and we see each other on the weekends. Chuck D'Amico says things that are like, I was like, I would never say that in front of my kids.
Yeah.
And he says it in front of my kids. And I'm like, well, I guess this is just where we are now, Like,
Wait, Chuck says stuff in front of his kids that you wouldn't say in front of your kids.
He says it in front of my children. He says it in front of my children.
Like what?
All right, so for instance, we were playing...
Using your mouth on a donkey?
No. Is it Scattergories?
Yeah.
We were playing Scattergories, right? And the things that are round came up, and the letter was T. And he said, and I'll just, so he said tiny toddies, but it wasn't toddies.
Right.
It was, boobs. And I was like, and like...
You were like, we don't say that.
That's 2 points, man.
You also, I know that, but you also have to remember, I also have I have the youngest of everybody, too.
Yeah.
So my sixth grader is there. My sixth grade daughter is there as well. So
That's not appropriate.
It's not. It is not.
So what you're saying is he's a bad dad.
Well, I'm saying he often forgets, and that we all have different parenting styles. So he might have said that in front of his sixth grade daughter but she's a sophomore in high school now. So there's a difference. And
you lose track.
When he did that, my wife and I looked at each other like, like. Do I say something? Well, I'm saying something to him now. Don't say stuff like that in front of my daughter, right? Don't say stuff like that in front of my 11-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old Catholic school daughter.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Kathy, don't talk about orgasms in front of my son.
But I didn't.
Unless you're going to teach him how to give one to a...
Oh, God, stop it.
Dear Lord.
Stop.
We are crossing...
Yeah, no, I don't want to
territories.
Yeah, this isn't good.
By the way, I just jotted down, I need to watch South Park movie with my sons. I don't think we've ever seen that. And that gets as dirty as you can possibly get.
And watch this quarantine special because it's pretty damn funny.
Okay. And there's a huge phallus in it at some point?
Yeah.
Because there's a little one in the South Park movie where Saddam Hussein whips out.
Right. No, this is a giant man gets turned into a penis and gets hauled into town.
All right. Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, if Kathy's on your call and you're on Bluetooth with your children, make sure you say something because otherwise... There's going to be
just let loose.
But literally, I would be the last person to say something in front of a kid.
Are we still on for the swingers party tonight?
Stop. Oh, God.
By the way, today is...
MMR.
What was that?
He's here.
Did you hear that?
He must be here.
I thought I heard little sweet somewhere. Oh, there he is. We are excited about our next guest. We love having him on anytime at all. And there's an event coming up. It is a telethon, and Kathy's going to be involved in this as well.
Yep, Justin and I are hosting it together.
Friday, October 22nd. We'll get more of the details. It's from Justin to Kathy. Please welcome Justin Guarini.
Hey.
Hey, man.
All right.
Oh no.
Family.
There we
There
go.
we are. How you doing, man?
Hey, man, I'm great. It's so nice to be back, fam. I'm actually down in South Carolina. I got my host pants on today, and so I'm going to be hosting a big marketing event down here. But I am so excited to do the sequel, Justin's Revenge, from Justin to Kathy.
I mean, that is pretty damn perfect.
I was talking about this earlier, and this to me seemed like the perfect sequel because you know what a fan I am of From Justin to Kelly.
He's moved on from Kelly to Kathy. That's the revenge.
Now he's upgraded.
Hey, you know, that's right.
Oh, that's funny.
How you guys
man.
been? How have you been?
We're doing great.
Good.
Yeah, man, and you look good.
Good.
Yeah.
Do I?
Wow.
That's good. I was like, yeah, it's a radio show. I'm just gonna, get out of bed and have a little bit of coffee, and all of a sudden, here we are on YouTube.
You're definitely
on
letting
the
hair get longer. How long has that been a work in progress?
Oh man, it's been a thing.
It's not back to American Idol
Yeah.
length, but it's been going for a while, right? Is it close?
It's very close.
Okay.
It's very close.
All right.
Yeah, a pandemic will do that to you. When you just decide you just want to just let it go.
Yeah.
But I had some pretty serious designs on some cool things that I wanted to do last year. Last year I was in rehearsals for a Broadway show that was supposed to go earlier this year to Broadway, and there was a whole marketing plan. I was like, let me let my hair grow back out and just help to remind people of that magic of 2002, back when life was simple.
Listen, you have been one of these people that you have parlayed in many different ways your success on Broadway and other stuff that you've done. And in a way, I think the career you've been enjoying since American Idol has been right in the wheelhouse, and I overuse that a lot, but it's what you probably really savor because you're also a family man. It allows you more ability to do what you want to do the way you want to do it. Would I be correct in saying that, Justin?
I think you would, sir. And it's been a roller coaster ride. And you know what 2020 exposed for me, it's like with Lil Sweet, I mean, the blessing that has been in my life of being able to do a soda commercial for 7 years now. Like what? That's ridiculous. Like insurance commercials, like those kind of commercials last for that long, but soda commercials don't usually last this long. And so the fact that I've been able to do that, the fact that I've had Broadway, the fact that I've been able to host and do film and television, stuff like that, I really have had this interesting and eclectic career. But 2020 exposed for me, like when it all got shut down.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, what's really important to me? Of course, like I always knew family was, but family became that much more important. And like all of the things where I was like, well, I'll do a little bit of this, do a little bit of that. It all came into focus.
Yeah.
And so this year for me has been such a year of growth in terms of making my own business. Because really at the end of the day, whether I'm on Broadway or I'm Lil Sweet, I'm an employee, right? And there's nothing wrong with being an employee, but in the entertainment business, I don't have a corporation that I can rely on, right? It's feast and famine. So for me, I learned, wow, I need to create my own business. And that's why I really doubled down on actually teaching other artists, not only how to audition, but how to perform and helping them work on confidence. So that's part of the...
You've been cultivating your own. You've been cultivating your own ownership of what you do, which is a smart move.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We want to talk about the telethon that both you and Kathy are doing because this is I think I've become more and more aware of this over the years, recently, and explain what it pertains to.
Well, it's a wonderful company called Worthwhile Wear, and the whole idea of it is about combating human trafficking. Now, look, whenever big sporting events come along, like Super Bowl really is where we hear about things like this, right? That's when it seems to pop up in the news. But human trafficking is actually the fastest growing and one of the largest forms of organized crime in the world. And it's taking place everywhere, like even in our backyard, including the Philadelphia area. And I think
that's what blows my mind. Yeah. And Justin, I watched a documentary probably about a year ago that was saying that in many ways, human trafficking has eclipsed the profit margin of drugs for a lot of the cartels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's and the facts alone like that And the fact that the average age of a trafficked person in our area is 13 years old.
Wow.
And then
is insane.
The life expectancy of that 13-year-old that gets brought into human trafficking is only 7 years. So in 7 years, that child will be dead.
Jesus.
Yeah. So what we're doing is Worthwhile Wear, among other things, is this amazing company that comes together and they offer outreach to the survivors. They offer long-term housing, trauma counseling, and just wraparound supportive services that really help take these people who have had no one in their corner and have been taken advantage of, and to give them not only their lives back, but to help them get an education, to help them get on their feet, and to just live life again. As a matter of fact, the average amount a survivor has in her savings once she has gone through this program is $10,000. Think about people who have 9-to-5s who have less than $10,000 in their savings. Now imagine someone who has come from this kind of life and been given a second chance. So that's what we're there to support, and I'm so excited to be doing it with Kathy. It's going to be so much fun.
So is it going to be like a Donnie Marie thing? Is it going to be, I mean, obviously, you know, I mean,
man,
there could be some like vaudeville stuff, or Kathy loves the baggy pants stuff of the early 20s.
Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. A lot of pantomime. It's going to be great.
Seltzer down the pants.
Pies in the face. Pies to the face. It's going to be great. So, what it is it's a telethon. I mean, think about
Justin's
the
done this
Jerry
before.
Lewis.
He's hosted this
before.
So I'm just coming in. This is my first year doing it, but he's done it a number of years.
Yeah, so it's like a classic telethon. Literally, they have old sort of telephony looking things that you plug into the computer that people can actually answer the telephones, right? And so it's a telethon, so you can call in. And what happens is that a lot of people will get together. They'll have watch parties, and they will donate, and we'll have games, and we're gonna have a live audience this year. That's
great.
And so it's just gonna be. Think about the old, the Jerry Lewis?
Yeah, the muscular dystrophy telethon. I used to. I mean, it's obviously it's a horrible disease, and the telethon's a great cause. But as an entertainment thing, I used to love that presentation.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like that. And so we have wonderful guests coming on. And so basically what we would love for the WMMR listeners to do is to register to watch online or join in person. And all you have to do is go to worthwhilewear.org. And you can do that.
And if you register, you want to, just tune in the day of. They'll send you the link and everything, so you don't have to go searching for it.
Good.
There's no fee for it. They just want you to register so they can email you all the information, and you have no problem getting in and watching the telethon.
And then it's going to be broadcast, for lack of a better word, on YouTube, I believe.
YouTube, their website, Facebook, but there also are in-person tickets if you want to come to the event.
Okay.
Now, it's at.
Are you going to be rocking?
It's a Calvary Church. It's a Calvary Church in Souderton, PA. It's 7 p.m. on Friday, October 22nd.
It's right up the road from you, Preston.
It is.
Yeah.
But I'll be doing it. We're doing our wife's birthday party at that time, so
Oh,
we'll be busy.
Justin and I will come over afterwards.
If you guys came over,
oh my God,
sang a duet.
You know,
wait, Justin.
Islands in the Stream. Islands in the Stream, baby.
Justin, are you performing at the telethon?
I am, I'll be doing an opening number, and then I'll be closing it out just like I did last year. So I'm excited.
With a tribute to Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton,
it's Justin Guarini and Kathy Romano. Islands in the Stream.
Have you ever done a duet, Justin, where you're the strong half and the other half is just there's something missing? Like you're look over to your left and be like,
Remember when he tried to coach us that one time? I remember
He
him
succeeded.
Excuse me.
He was looking at me. He was like,
Excuse
"Wait,
me.
just do this," and I was like, "I can't. My voice doesn't do that.
I can't."
It does. It does. Look, it might have had something to do with the fact that your coach brought in a Fisher Price My First Cat keyboard. Do you remember that thing? It's like the cat smile were the keys.
We often break out little clips of the River Valley Vocal Band.
River Valley Vocal Band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you
Legendary.
mentioned you're in the Carolinas right now, and you're doing some Do you do motivational speaking or keynote speaking or what is it?
Yeah, I do keynote speaking as well. Yeah, for sure. I love to talk about confidence, right? Because at the end of the day, what you do, what I do, what pretty much anybody who has to deliver a message and or sell stuff has to have at the end of the day is confidence. But a lot of people think, what confidence is the thing you're born with, or you have to have years of experience with. It's a skill. You can learn it just like chewing gum and not swallowing it, just like, patting your head and rubbing your stomach at the same time. It's all a skill. And what it comes down to at the end of the day is learning to trust yourself. And the thing is that, and I know each one of you has a story about this. Everyone has a story about this. But when you get into a position like you're in, or like I get to be in where I'm up on a stage, most of the success that I have, most of the success that you have, anybody that you can think of has, is based and built on the back of massive failure. Think about how many times you have messed up doing what it is that you do, especially early on, right? But it's the fact that you messed up, whether it's at a drum kit or whether it's behind the mic there or whatever it is, that allowed you to say, oh, okay, I know how not to do that now. And you begin to trust yourself more and more and more. So that's what I love to talk about. And so here I'm actually hosting and emceeing a conference that is all about helping people to not only gain that confidence, but to take the knowledge that they have and create a course, create another stream of income, because it's so important now more than ever.
I think it'd be great with that. And if you stop and think about it, we said it many times. We were talking to Low Cut Connie, a band that's taking off, locally, and they have. I mean, a lot of stuff is happening for them. But we're talking to the creator, then the lead singer, and he was talking about how many times they bombed and how many times he had bad experiences to get where he wanted to get to. And you always think, I always try to describe it as, when they raise the bumpers on the bowling alley for the kids, you're going to bump into those and then make it down the alley. It's part of the deal. And
absolutely.
That's cool. So how often do you do stuff like that, motivational stuff?
You know what? I get to go out. I've done a lot of it virtually over this past year. I just was in Nevada a few weeks ago speaking for a recovery conference.
Wow.
And so, I get to do it at least once or twice a month. I just did a week of teaching at Pace University. And so, it's just this weird career that I get to have where it's all about just performing and delivering a message. And I love to just get up in front of a crowd and talk or sing or attempt to dance. You know what I mean? I just feel so fortunate to be able to have that. And it's in no small part to people like you and the people in our local area who supported me way back in 2002,
Hey, do you have a book coming out as well, or is that already out?
That's next year.
Next year, okay.
Yeah, it's actually a book called Unbreakable Confidence. And so that'll be out next year. And so it's all about confidence. And with the past 18 plus months that we've lived through this pandemic, confidence has been dinged, I think, in a lot of people's lives.
Yes.
And so if there's anything I can do to help restore that and use what I know to help restore that, that's what I'm doing.
Justin, I follow you on Instagram, and I have to ask you about meeting Mark Hamill, because that photo popped into the feed, and I have no idea what the circumstances were meeting Luke Skywalker. But how did that happen? What was the occasion?
You know what? It's so weird. Again, it's just I don't care how many years I've been 20 years almost right now, been at a high level in the entertainment industry. And I still sometimes think what am I doing here? I don't belong here. What am I doing? And so I was in that was the Tony Awards. And he was presenting, he was the one who came out and spoke about Carrie Fisher after she passed. And so I was singing at the awards, and for rehearsals for these big things, it's crazy. Oh, there's Mark Hamill. Oh, there's James Earl Jones, and there's all these people just sitting out in the audience, sitting around waiting to go up and rehearse. And so I just walked up to him. I was like, "Hey, how you doing?" And of course, just like anybody, I was like, "Oh my goodness, just I absolutely love." And I said, "I don't know who I love you more for, Luke or the Joker." And he's like, and then he did the Joker voice for me.
Wow.
And we took the picture. And so it's just that's just one of the icings on the cake. Is that
on the various cakes,
multiple cakes?
Yes, exactly, various icings on my various cakes.
Yes, exactly.
No, that's awesome.
That's excellent.
I wanted to ask you with the holidays coming up. We always love having you, do a song for us around the holidays, stuff
Sure.
like that. Do you have anything planned touring wise or gig wise for the holidays?
Yeah, I do. I can't talk about exactly what it is, but I can be
We
circumspect
can't talk
and I'll
about
just say.
exactly what it is.
Oh. Wow.
gonna happen.
Are we
Right,
looking at the new
Justin?
Sonny and
So
Cher?
much for that surprise. So much for the surprise.
Here you are.
From Justin
The
and
tour
Kathy.
comes to Pennsylvania. From Kelly to Kathy.
That's right.
To Justin.
Coming to a
To
local
Simon
bar
Cowell.
near you. Yeah, exactly. So I'm actually going to be in a show that's going to Broadway, going into rehearsals, and then we're going to do an out-of-town run, and then it'll come to Broadway next year. But it has to do with a very popular pop star who's been in the news as of late. And so I'm excited. I'm excited about it. I'm very excited about it. They'll probably announce it this week.
Are you doing a one-man
next
show
week.
of R. Kelly? Is that what it is?
Yes. It's called I'm the Greatest.
He's been in the news, I just assumed.
Yeah.
No, he said pop, not R&B.
Nice.
All right,
Thank you
I
very
got you.
much. No, I'll leave that to
God.
him. Oh my God. Can you
Let's
imagine?
do
I'd kill that.
Well, listen, we're gonna put the word out again. You and Kathy hosting this event. It's a week from this Friday, and it will be at the Cavalry Church in Souderton, PA. It's in my neck of the woods, so you can go there in person, or you can stream this. You can watch this, and you don't have to. Obviously, you're going to be encouraged to donate, but you don't have to if you want to watch that. But if you'd like to help out with the cause, Worthwhile Wear, and this is to support people who are victims of human trafficking and awareness and all that good stuff to help eradicate that if possible. So this will be cool, man. And you can check the event at worthwhilewear.org. But other than that, you're good, man.
Yes, I'm wonderful. And
Excellent.
again, I love being on the show. I can't wait to get in there in person and have some laughs with you guys.
Yeah.
And I think, look, Q1, let's see if we can revive.
Oh no.
Round 2.
Yes.
Round 2.
Yes.
The River Valley Vocal Band.
Yes.
So many people, guys, I'm not even kidding. So many people come up to me and they're like, "Dude, I love what you guys do on WMMR. The River Valley Vocal Band is awesome. It's so great." I'm not even kidding.
Listen, it's Preston is the holdout though. Because he's a legitimate musician, and
He was the one that gave up on us.
and so you're going to have to really talk to him a lot, Justin.
He's the Axl Rose.
He's the Axl Rose.
Not doing it.
He's working on his Chinese Democracy album now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, Justin, it is great to hear from you, sir, and good luck with everything.
Great to
We'll
hear
talk to
from
you soon.
you.
All right, Justin,
Thanks.
how are you guys?
That is what we are. No one in between.
I can do this.
You could do this?
Couldn't do it well.
That's true. She can. Technically, she can do it. But listen, I want to go to this caller. It's Brian who's on the line. Brian, are you there, sir?
Yes, I am.
You have news to share with the world. What is that?
I just won $500 on WMMR.
He certainly did. It's what we call the WMMR money clip. And Brian did a very simple thing. He entered the word that we told him to enter. How did you do it? Did you use the app or the website or the texting? Which route did you go, Brian?
No, I just text in, flip the word flip.
All right, and that's all you needed to do.
Yep.
Philadelphia, flip,
Philadelphia,
flip.
I've been listening to WMMR since 1970s.
Oh,
dude, that's awesome.
Thank you, Brian. Where are you from, man?
Runnymede, New Jersey.
Runnymede. Excellent. And you doing anything today? You working today?
Yes, I'm working right now for an HVAC company.
Okay.
Excellent, man. Well, $500 in the pocket ought to do you good. Tell the gang we said hi, and congratulations to you, Brian. Thank you for listening to MMR.
Thank you very much.
You bet, buddy. Next chance is coming up at 10. It's very easy, as you heard. He just texted in the word flip, and now he's walking away $500 richer. By the way, Casey handed me a note during that interview. Do we have any other things we need to stay on time for right now?
No,
Okay,
I think
good.
we're in good shape.
Casey wrote down, Islands in the Stream is on my workout playlist.
That is what we
This is what Casey does squat thrust to.
Yeah. Burpees.
whatever I'm doing, whenever this song comes on, it just makes me do it better. You know?
Yeah.
Really?
No. I probably work out to music that most people don't, and I was doing something last week. I think I start all my workouts with a wall sit, and I was sitting there doing a wall sit, and I was at about minute 3, which is actually pretty decent wall sit. And I realized, holy crap, I'm probably the only person listening to this song while working out right now. And it was I Can't Make You Love Me.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I Can't Make You Love Me by Bonnie Raitt.
Oh, my God.
It's a good song.
It's a great song!
It's insanely slow and depressing.
I don't the same. So I'll listen to some things that might be aggressive. If I'll listen to things that do tend to go, that can be moody, that can be low key, like Dark Side of the Moon or something like that. If I'm listening to music, I go all over the place. I don't necessarily need like Tool or something kinetic for me to do a good workout.
But wait a second, I'm pulling up this song right now.
Yeah.
And this is you're working out to this song, all right?
Yes.
And hang on.
Oh,
love this song.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
and I'm a few minutes in. So what I'm doing at that point is I'm doing breathing exercises, right? I'm breathing in and I'm breathing out, and I'm trying to like...
So you're existing.
So, well, I'm existing, yes. But I'm also trying to sort of take my mind off of the muscle ache that's going on as well. So a song like that, I think, is great. Now, if I was doing like kickboxing or something, like maybe, you know...
Right. I see you. This is my vision. You up against the wall, hands on the wall, or maybe across your knees here.
So hot.
Head pointed up, eyes closed. Singing, mouthing the words.
Not mouthing the words.
But the other parts I got right?
Everything else you got right.
Eyes closed.
Yes.
But in your head, you're swaying, and you're singing along to the music.
I'm just trying to remain calm.
Do you have to, like, for example, so Kathy, Preston, Nick, do you have to have kinetic music when you're training?
No. If I, when I was working a heavy bag, absolutely.
Well, that makes sense.
For sure.
Yes, I can see that.
I would put on Breed from Nirvana.
Right.
I would put on Killing in the Name. I would put on, and the only thing that was a little bit offbeat.
All right. Let's hear it.
Was The Lion Sleeps Tonight.
That's actually a great training song.
It's a bounce around,
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
fun.
That's what
and
Muhammad
when I was
Ali-
doing footwork.
Yeah.
We dance, be bobbing and weaving and dancing. I would put that on.
That's what I like. Stuff, I mean, not typically like that, but like I said, I used to be able to just, even if it was a slow song like Casey's talking about, I could run on the treadmill to that. But it changed. Not anymore. I do need more upbeat, faster paced music. It has to be.
I still don't. I can still do a slow paced piece of music, but obviously when something like this kicks in, you're gonna amp it up a bit.
No, this is good. But I have found, Kathy, while running, I actually like slower paced music so that I'm not as inclined to run to the pace and the beat of the music.
What do you put on, like chamber music?
Well, so I have a playlist, and I'm just gonna hit shuffle real quick.
Okay.
I just hit shuffle. All right, hang
National
on.
Cheesesteak Day.
Yes.
So I figured
it's a food thing.
Food is on the brain.
Yeah.
And, we're gonna do some giveaways with Steak'em in a little bit, who have stopped by this morning to give us some stuff to give to you. But let's have a seat and have a meal, if you will.
It's time for the connoisseur in honor of National Cheesesteak Day. We're going to talk all things food.
We definitely are. Maybe we can get into a cheesesteak discussion at some point.
You know, there's a Goldberg's tie into cheesesteaks. They always run that episode.
Yeah,
where they,
donkeys.
Donkeys.
Right?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
the whole big thing was that the best cheesesteak in the world is not in Pennsylvania.
And you know what? It was really good.
Really
I need to get
good.
back there.
I know.
I'll have to, when I have a cheat moment, I'll do that.
Well, and some people call no fair because it's not on the long roll. It's on a Kaiser.
Yeah.
You probably see Kaiser or whatever. I got no problems with that.
I don't care. I think it just tastes great.
I
That's
say
all there is to it.
If you put it in if you put it in between white bread, it's still a cheesesteak.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Word.
All right. So I've got my
chef's
hat on.
Your puffy chef's hat.
So we're going to start with this.
What is the technical name of that hat?
Chef's hat.
Chef's hat.
Is it literally just chef's hat?
You got me. Because there's a couple different ones. I think like sous chefs wear a different hat. And so there's a variety of different hats that are worn in certain restaurant situations. So it's called a toque, Steve.
All right, there we go.
So according to this, it says the chef's hat is officially called a toque.
That's toque.
Which is Arabic for hat.
All right.
While the term has existed for a few thousand years, the French popularized the word when referring to a chef's hat, according to Culinary Anyone. That's a website, I guess. By the 1800s, that hat has become known as the toque blanche.
Oh, because it's white.
Or white hat. Yeah.
I know you're about to get going with something.
Connoisseur.
I don't think a cheesesteak in between white bread is still a cheesesteak.
It is.
All right. Maybe we can come back to this.
Okay. I stand corrected.
No, I mean, is it called a cheesesteak roll?
Yeah,
No, it's called cheesesteak.
I think you've bastardized the sandwich by putting in between white bread.
Okay.
If we're going to come back to cheesesteak,
You talking about
later.
sandwich bread, just regular sandwich bread?
Yeah, I mean, what if you put a hamburger in between two pieces of white bread? Is it not a hamburger anymore?
I will
It's that
accept.
you didn't have any rolls left and you had nothing else to use.
I will accept a Kaiser roll, but at white bread, I think you are killing the very being of what a cheesesteak is.
It's still a cheesesteak. I'm not saying I'm not killing the being of it, but it's still a cheesesteak. If you put peanut butter and jelly on a hoagie roll, it's still a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Would you then call it a steak sandwich? Because I don't see that as a steak sandwich. A steak sandwich I see on a roll.
I think if you put it on a bagel, it's no longer a cheesesteak. I think if you put it on white bread, I'm thinking
the bread has that much sway over it. You think?
Yeah, I think you have ruined the very concept of a cheesesteak. I think it's like steak sandwich ingredients on white bread. I think
Do
it's
me a
no
favor.
longer a cheesesteak.
Put some documentation together and send it on over.
Let me ask you. You have a problem with cheesesteak egg rolls? It's still called cheesesteak.
It's not even remotely a cheesesteak.
It's still a cheesesteak. It's called
It's got cheesesteak ingredients.
Cheesesteak.
No, it's not.
It's a cheesesteak
Then
egg
don't
roll.
call it a cheesesteak egg roll.
I'm
Then
yelling at
don't
him.
call
I'm yelling
it
at
a
him.
cheesesteak egg roll.
You think that's a cheesesteak sandwich because
it's got cheesesteak material in it.
It is not a cheesesteak sandwich. It has cheesesteak. What makes it? It has cheese steak, but it does not. It's not a
an egg
cheesesteak.
roll.
In the classic form, it's a cheesesteak egg roll. Cheesesteak egg roll.
I just want to point out to everyone, looking at Casey's body language, he's deadly serious about all this, right?
Well, it's dumb.
wrong.
It is a dumb conversation to have, and it's
Okay.
It's a dumb. Listen, it's a cheesesteak. It's what is inside the roll that it's named after. It doesn't matter what you wrap it in. It doesn't matter.
And cut Nick some slack because he's had really loose bowel movements for the past day or two. So.
He's not thinking right.
Yeah.
He's low on electrolytes.
Just had a visit down to the third floor.
Did you make a cheesesteak?
Well, no, but man, do they got a nice bathroom down there.
Sony has recruited Zachary Levi to star in Sony's live-action adaptation of the classic children's book Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Did you ever read that book, or do your kids?
I don't remember it. I know the title,
So do I.
but I don't remember what it's about.
It was a staple in our household when Ben was 3 and 4 years old.
Okay. And I love Zachary Levi, man.
He's great.
He just seems like a guy I want to know.
We could absolutely hang with him. At least it seems that way.
Yeah.
I loved him in the show Chuck.
The story, published in 1955 and written by Crockett Johnson, tells the story of a 4-year-old who created worlds around him with his crayon.
He is the voice of Flynn Rider, correct?
He is.
Yeah. Which is a far superior movie, Tangled, than Frozen.
Yeah, I know you're a big proponent of that.
Casey's opinion.
Yeah. And I texted you guys about Flynn Rider last night.
I saw that, and by the way, we're looking at the cover of Herpel and the Perilled Crayon
and the hairy donut. Herpel and the hairy donut.
Hey, I know someone named Christine Herpel, by the way.
We do.
We do. She's working at NBC.
Not her first name, but
Herpel. It's not. It's Meeston Moiety. Herpel.
Herpel.
I love Herpel. I mean,
I'll let you guys laugh it out, and then I'll laugh.
It's hard when it happens.
Funny.
It's just there. You got to get past it.
So anyway, yes, Nick had texted over something about the fact that the people have voted that Flynn Rider is the sexiest Disney character ever. According to who?
This guy, Kevin Sparrow, did a Twitter poll.
I just think he's
he did a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Nipple piercing.
Yeah.
Not piercing in general. Never has appealed to me. Appealed to me. I've never had a pierced
Does
ear,
Pierre have,
nothing, nose.
Pierre has both nipples pierced, right?
I think he does. Yeah.
Ooh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I have 5 in my ears.
Do you really still?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
nipples?
I got 5 nipples. I got 3 nipples in the left ear, 2 nipples in the right ear.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I can stick earrings through them right now if I want to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It didn't look right. I tried. I was in alt radio and. You know, and every time I looked in the mirror, I'm like, I don't look like an earring guy. Yeah.
I had my nipple pierced.
No,
Shut up. Are you kidding? Miss Needle Phobic?
How long have we known you? We never.
Birthday,
Hey, thank you. It's my birthday present from Captain Romano.
Birthday miracle.
Revealed that she had her nipple pierced.
I still don't believe
smiling. She was smiling when I brought this up. She looked at me holding up her hand, meaning I have something to say, and you had this bizarre look on your face.
Wow.
Oh, my
Look
God.
at Steve.
Steve
so
can't even
perplexed.
speak.
No,
doesn't know what to
this
do.
makes sense, though, because sometimes I'll see Kathy walking around, and she'll have a kettlebell suspended from her crotch. And I'm like, what's that?
Okay, so
What's that attached to? And she has another piercing.
let's unpack this here for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I can explain.
number one, you're deathly afraid of needles,
Yes.
anything that has to do with that. Number two, you're so pristine when it comes to anything that
She has a perfect vagina.
to do. Well, by pristine, I mean
no
what's
tattoos, yeah.
Unblemished.
and also no touching any even remotely
Yucky
sexual areas, naughty areas of the body.
Well, you've been scarred by your mother.
Let me sit down here.
I know.
Okay, sit down and I'll tell you the
'Cause I wanna
story.
hear
There's got to be a catch
Casey,
here.
fan him. Fan him.
Please.
There's a catch here. There's got to be a catch.
All right. How long ago?
Okay, so
Last week.
no, let me think about this. Okay, I think it was college. Yeah, I was in college.
It had to be.
Somebody had to have been kidnapped, and like this was the only way to get them released.
Well, I was trying to think if it was after college, but it wasn't.
Like a spring break thing?
No, so it was in college. I had a very good friend from high school, turned stripper, she was getting things pierced.
Okay.
And so and by the way, she hid from me that she was a stripper for a long time. So I didn't know she was a stripper, but she was. Anyway, so she was going to get something pierced. Now, I grew up, my mom always taught me, do not get a tattoo. In 10 years, you're not going to like it. You're going to pick something today and you're never going to like it. And so that stuck with me. What she was okay with, now I don't think she knew I got my nipple pierced, but what she was okay with was piercings because you could always take them out.
Right.
They grow back,
yeah. So I had piercings all the way up my ear, in the cartilage, all of that.
Yeah.
I had my belly button pierced. And
I didn't know that either.
So at this point, then there was like, well, what else do I get pierced? My friend was going to get a piercing. I forget which. She was getting her nose done. I didn't want to get my nose done because I have terrible allergies. I'm like, that thing's gonna go flying when I blow my nose. So we were just there, and she was like, just do it, just do it. So she basically convinced me, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. So
was it a dude who did it?
It was a guy who did it. We went to like a place we were in New Hope, so it was like a piercing place. It wasn't like some
everything. So the other problem was you have this music going, and the person's not talking the whole time. But Steve, every single time they did talk, you would basically hear the microphone turn on. Yeah. And that was distracting as well.
A little click.
Right. Yeah, there was like a click, and then this like ambient like room sound.
Okay, now breathe.
That's a new nose whistle.
And breathe out.
Oh, God.
This is
All right,
awful.
now we're going to meditate.
This is the worst meditation ever.
You're thinking about lesbians doing a daisy chain.
Beautiful.
It's a beautiful thing.
And then one, hear the sound of the queefing.
Oh my God.
Guided meditation. Relax. What are you, stupid?
I mean, dude, that's how the whistle was.
Found it.
She was like, okay, breathe in.
Sometimes they overmic themselves. Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are listening to. I'm telling you, the one that I have is.
Can we plug in is it on your phone?
Well,
She's got one over here.
She's
There's a
got one
connection.
over there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to find sometimes I can't find apps on my phone. So you go
Go
into
to the app section.
I know, but you go into the app store and it says, okay, open, which means
Yeah.
you have it. Well, where the hell is it on my phone?
Well, there's a search function.
Yeah.
That you can. Okay.
All right, so this
Not on the app
understand
store.
that.
On your phone. Not on the app store.
I know, but then it'll still say open, but I can't find then it doesn't tell me what folder it's in. You know what I mean?
Use your phone.
Shut up! I hate you guys.
Okay.
It's
You
called
would relax more if you could use your phone.
Ace. It's called Insight Timer. And
Insight timer.
This is your time to relax.
That's not her.
No, this was mine.
That's
This
yours?
is the nose whistle.
Can we hear the nose whistle part, you think?
Yeah, I got to go in probably about 2 minutes. Hang on.
Now, she has the real sharp S's.
I don't like that either.
With reverb on it, which accentuates it.
The
All right,
sound
I'm taking
of
a
the river
piss.
is calling you. Let's take 10 steps over to it.
No, I don't like her.
They have too much iron in their EQ. That's what
As
it
you
is.
walk, your body relaxes and your mind clears. More and more with each step you take.
I think I got to go.
The time has come to relax.
Yeah.
Place yourself in a beautiful,
Count to 9. Not 10. 10 would be desperate.
surrounded
Reston with Weston.
Resting with us.
Yes.
Think of yourself as low-hanging fruit.
fresh grass.
Don't act like a
Here it is.
honky uncle.
Fill your lungs completely.
Feel your nuts?
Lungs.
Wait. Totally. Yeah. Back it up. Back it up.
Hang on.
She
That's
says,
legit?
fill your lungs completely, and then she breathes in, and you can hear the nose whistle. Can you back it up?
Yeah. Hang on. Oh, here it is.
Fill your lungs completely.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
That's really stupid to leave that on there.
Where's the music coming from, dude?
I have
nothing turned up here.
Oh, that's Kathy.
Oh,
Are you plugged
No,
in?
I'm not plugged in.
No, that's you.
that's got to be on his phone's not plugged in.
Were you playing the actual spa clip?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hang on.
It's
It was coming from the preview speaker behind you.
Oh.
What?
There's
Coming from the preview speaker behind
That sounded live on the air.
Yeah.
Okay, that was coming through the microphone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn, that was loud.
Breathe now.
Now, take a drink of water.
1 second.
As we
Take a drink of water.
By the way, Casey just spit water all over the place here.
Steve did do.
Are you relaxed now?
It's coming out of my nose.
Thanks for joining.
There's some water on the monitor there, Casey.
Sorry.
You can
Oh
wipe
my
that
God,
off.
Steve, you're so funny.
More over here, too. See it? There you go.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. So did you bail on that altogether?
I ended up bailing on that. I don't do the guided meditation. I just do the, breathe in, breathe
Self-guided?
out, self-guided.
Okay.
Because I can't listen to people anymore because I automatically, I automatically think of that.
Yeah. Have you lost track of time while doing that yet or anything?
No, you know what? I do set a timer on my watch so that it buzzes. So because I'm trying to do it how the monthly challenge goes. So like the first week was 5 minutes, then 10 minutes, and then 15 minutes. So I'm trying to stay regimented. But
Let me ask you what the other type of monthly challenges there are. So you've done all these physical, they were like wall sits and planks and stuff like that, and
push-ups.
Right.
Field strip at M16.
Besides physical ones, or besides like along the lines of meditation? Are there other kind of offbeat ones? that
Yeah,
are
is something a little bit more.
I don't know.
More on the meditation realm, or can you
possibly?
Are you supposed to look ahead?
We'll revisit that. Well,
Yeah.
usually I look at it the last week of the month. So
what about steaming your vagina? Is that part of it?
Wait, is this
could
a
be.
service that you're using?
No. So I started it on doing it on Instagram. I invited like people to join me, and so I got a few people along the way. And then actually, you remember Coach Jim, who was the biggest
with the weight loss,
Biggest Loser?
Yes.
He was the one who recommended doing a mental one this month.
Okay, so people suggest it.
Yeah.
So that's why there's no
Yeah.
like governing body of, hey, we're
No.
all doing this month.
No. So
The Council of Elders.
So that suggestion was made. So then I sent that out to the people that I've been, corresponding with. And that's the other part of it is there's a little bit of accountability with some people that I'm doing this with.
Preston, why don't you sit on the wall? Gandalf's guided meditation. Why don't you go talk to large humanless trees?
I'd be down with that.
Go to the Shire.
I wonder if I could meditate to
This is such a
music.
beautiful piece of music. You could meditate to this.
Easily.
I've never told anyone this, but the hobbits annoy me.
Ooh, I was almost in key there for a second.
Between you and me, when he's not around, I call him Dildo.
So what I like about the monthly challenges is it starts at, I think, at a level that most people can do, right?
Right.
So when I first did this on January 1st, it started with a 30-second plank or maybe even a 10-second plank. And I remember, Press, you were here when I was doing it, and I'd gotten like 2 minutes, and I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to do two and a half minutes.
You surprise yourself, don't you?
And then I got it done.
Right.
And so that's kind of how every single month it was. And then, Nick, you joined me with the push-up challenge. I remember doing the first day of push-ups. It was 10 push-ups. I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to do 100 push-ups at the end of the month.
It's part of the process. Yeah,
Exactly.
you practice allows you to do more.
What was the hardest one?
Well, the one
Holding in your pee.
Well, so I was warned. I did
a month.
I did a dips challenge, and it wasn't necessarily the
Onion
hardest,
dip.
but it did the most damage. And I
I did a dip challenge too. It was way different.
How many dips did you finish off at?
I think I had to bail because I ended up hurting my shoulder.
It's a tough one.
And I actually
Yeah.
have an MRI on my shoulder today.
Okay.
So Nick Ruger, your trainer, Nick, he's the one who warned me. He goes, dips can cause some damage in your shoulders. I didn't listen, and here we are. But I thought
Need to listen to your trainer.
Thank you, Gandalf.
Go to Trinity Rehab.
Yeah.
I will.
Trinity takes care of Nick, and Preston, and even Pierre.
That's right.
Nick, the 5-minute plank at the end of the month
Okay.
is definitely the hardest.
All right. Well, anyhow, all right. Well, I don't know how we. Oh,
A
yeah.
little- weird
Islands in the-
workout songs.
Islands in the Stream.
Yeah.
Is how that's on Casey's workout mix. So,
It's a Bee Gees song.
a couple of reminders, real quick. We have a secret text word, a chance for you to win a digital download of Space Jam: A New Legacy. So, text word secret to 39333. And our friends from Chicks are here this morning.
Good stuff.
1807 Washington Avenue.
Man.
And Nick will be there tomorrow night for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff. I had the roast pork sandwich, other than the broccoli rabe bull crap. I don't like broccoli rabe.
Yeah.
I took it off of there, and it's fan-freaking-tastic.
Their pizzas are
Oh,
awesome.
Man, they brought all kinds of stuff.
Have an incredible menu.
Duck-
At Chicks.
Duck wontons and
Duck wontons.
meatballs.
Meatballs. All sorts of fare. For
This
the
is true.
Hungry Hobbit.
And we'll take caller number 14 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will set you up with a $25 gift card, and then you can join Nick tomorrow night for that. And don't forget, every week with the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff, you can score Birds tickets and custom MMR and Bud Light t-shirts and signed Birds merchandise. Click on events at WMMR.com for the details.
And the game is on Thursday night.
It is.
Yeah.
You can watch it with Nick at Chicks. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
93.3 WMMR.
I felt very doctor-esque.
Right.
The room was set up. So I did it. I got my nipple pierced.
You were drinking beers.
No, listen. It was terrible. It was an awful, awful experience. My body rejected it.
Oh.
It never healed ever. It was like a massive infection.
Wow.
And my boyfriend at the time was fine. He was finally like, "What are you doing? Just take it out. It's not gonna." Because I thought I went through all of this.
Yeah.
Like I had a needle go through my nipple. Like help me here. So I didn't want to take it out because I went through all of that. It was terrible. It was terrible pain when he did it. Afterwards, it was awful. So I did not have it very long, and I ended up taking it out.
Was the intention to get both of them done initially, and then you
No.
stopped after one? No,
Just
you just want to
one?
get
I was
one.
just getting one.
You
and
seem more like a completist.
See what
it
happened.
A stud,
It was a ring.
It was a ring?
Yeah.
Ring.
It was a ring. You
All
had,
right.
but I mean, it was terrible. It was so bad. It was so infected. I had to put a gauze pad in my bra because it was infected, and no, it was disgusting. It was awful. Yeah.
So that's horrible. That's disgusting.
Awful.
I have to imagine, did you at least become woozy during any of these piercings when you're as needle phobic as you are?
So the thing with needles and me is if I can't look at it. That's every time
Right.
I have passed out because of it, I watched it. So I watched Jace getting stitches. I watched the needle go through his chin.
Right.
I saw the skin pull,
Right.
and I was like, that was it. I was out. So each time I was watching it. So this obviously I didn't watch. I closed my eyes, turned my head, held my stripper friend's
Right.
hand,
Held
and
your nipple out.
Put my nipple out, and there we go.
That was it.
And do you have scarring to this day from
So
it?
yes, there's a tiny. You wouldn't know. Here, I'll show you. Come here.
Come on. Let us decide.
So
we'll try to pick the one out.
When
You wouldn't know. It is a tiny little spot. Yes, I can see it. It's on one side. But if you guys were sucking on my nipples, you would never know.
If we're sucking on your nipples.
Well, leave it to Kathy to make a story like that unsexy.
Wow. So
I don't know. It was pretty sexy.
It started off sexy, and then the infection and the gauze.
Yes.
How many
ruined
days or
it.
weeks did it last?
It was in a couple of weeks. Like I said, I tried. I was, I went back
Wow.
to the guy. He was here, gave me, cleaning and this and that and whatever. And it just literally
that
my
why
body was rejecting it.
is that why your nipple whistles now and then?
Every once
Hey,
in a while.
did your mom find out about this right now as well?
Probably. Yeah, I think she probably found out
She's
now.
on the roof ready to swan dive into the parking lot.
So how long total do you think you actually had it in?
Nick, probably maybe a month or
Okay.
something, and it just was not getting better.
and always painful all the time.
It was so painful the entire time. It never healed. It was always painful.
Did removing it hurt, or was it
Yes.
really? Oh, really?
No, hurt. And I remember too. I was in the bathroom at my boyfriend's house in college. It hurt so bad. College bathrooms was disgusting.
Yeah,
It was so gross. And I was up there with my friend, and she was like, "That's it. We're taking it out." And we just, because remember the old piercer, or what they used to use. I don't know what they use now, but it had little balls on the end, so you had to screw the ball off so that you could take
Right.
the hoop off.
Yep.
So it was the whole thing was just painful. It was awful.
God. All right. So the actual act of having it pierced, because I couldn't do it. It just seems like it would be so painful.
It was awful. It was
Okay.
so painful.
What did they use, like ice? Or
People
what?
who say oh no, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad.
It's one of the more sensitive spots on your body.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
So sensitive.
Well, and listen, here's the thing. Oh God, here's more info.
My vaginal piercing.
No, I never did that. But I don't have very. Well, I can't believe I'm saying. I don't have very sensitive nipples, so I thought, okay, I can do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not the girls who are super sensitive and are always nipping through their shirts.
I've got
I
tough
didn't
as
get
leather
that.
nipples.
Yeah, not so much.
So
not
when
true.
when it was happening, did they get browner or pinker or?
I hate you.
Somebody
No, but
says
I
call
will
the guy in New Hope. He'll be able to answer the
Hold on.
question.
But I will say, they would take pictures of all of their piercings, and I was like, oh hell no! I was like, you cannot have a picture of my boob.
I am floored right now.
I am too, man.
So floored.
Well, we all remember Marissa's tongue piercing.
Yeah.
Remember when she removed that manually at home.
I used to have the audio.
The audio of that bit getting clipped off. Now that. When you initially got that piercing done, Marissa, how could that not hurt?
Because I was on spring break and it didn't matter.
All right.
But did I ever tell you guys a story about when I came home and my mom saw it?
No.
So it was Easter dinner. At first, I should say, as soon as I sat up, as soon as I got a pierce, I sat up and I went, "Ugh, my mom's gonna know I feel my tongue pierced," because my tongue just swelled up and I couldn't eat for a few days. So it was Easter dinner. We're all sitting around the table, like an Italian table. So like, we're talking and laughing like 2 hours after dinner. And at one point, I just opened my mouth really wide to laugh at something, and the whole table's laughing, and my mom just stops.
Oh, daggers!
And she goes, "What's that?" And the entire rest of the table starts cracking up laughing because they have saw it hours ago. My mom was probably cooking dinner and she didn't notice. So my mom collects herself for a minute and she goes, "Oh, okay, all right," and starts laughing with it. And then she goes, "Well, at least I knew about the other one." And everybody laughs more. My dad goes, "Wait. What other one?"
Before I do my intro, okay. Can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
Hey! She's here! Amy!
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
All right, well, no, it's all right. I like to always to do a nice big intro, so let me do that now. Ladies and gentlemen, from Evanescence, it's Amy.
Hi, guys. What a nice intro.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's great. Listen, we had just played Better Without You. Leading right into this, and of course, it's on the album, The Bitter Truth, which is finally out. And I wanted to ask you about that because you were talking about this album. I mean, was it done already, like in 2019? I mean, in the can and ready to go or close to it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
We really wrote most of it last year. Yeah, during everything.
All right, then I had read that you had asked, you wanted people to hear it at that point, so I read something incorrect. Oddly enough, there was some misinformation that I found on the web.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, we started it a while back. We'd been working in bits and pieces through 2019 in between tours. We just sort of started putting time aside when we were all together. We live all over the world. All over the country, and now we have a member who lives in Germany, Jen, who we've been away from since before the pandemic. She's been with us remotely on this thing since the first 4 songs, but we made it happen. We really did.
It's such a
believe it. Hallelujah.
No, it's very cool, and honestly, the entire world has gone through a maelstrom of stuff. Obviously with the COVID and all that stuff. And then you guys have also, all of you at some level, been dealing with personal crises. And, here you are at this end of it, releasing music into the world, connecting with people and what you love doing. Is there just a big sigh of relief now that it's out there? I can't imagine what that process is like and what you're currently experiencing.
It feels so good. Yeah. It really does. And for us, it's not something we do every other year. It's something that is, it comes out when it happens, when the inspiration hits and the time is right and everything lines up and we know what we want to do. So more than ever, it feels like a very special occasion for us. And, like you said, having so much to get off of our chest personally and just feeling connected, with the rest of the world in this time of the last couple of years, just strain and loss and frustration. It feels so good to be in a rock band.
Yeah.
Pour all that out into the music. I can't tell you how good it feels. And now, I'm such a, I don't know, detail critic, always hearing all the little things I want to chip away and change. To finally have it done and not be listening to that anymore and just to listen in my car and enjoy it, it feels really, really good.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that in particular. So, and I would imagine all artists, musicians, maybe not all, but some go through this where you have this final product, you're very proud of it. It's sat for a little while, it's sunken in. Do you go back and go, man, I wish we would have done that. I wish I would have added this harmony. I wish I would have tweaked this and that. Are you okay with, or is that just natural?
That hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I don't think that about the new stuff. It's funny. I'm hearing so many little things when there's still the chance to change it. I'm hearing this and that and this and I don't know and maybe this and one more of this and we need more background vocals and all that. But then once it's done, finally stepping away, I'm like, I don't even remember all the details I was honing in on anymore. It just sounds great.
Yeah, you know what, and that's why I would be a lousy producer or anything in that position because you constantly want to be changing and tweaking and doing this and that. You had Nick Raskuletis as your producer, one of the best rock guy that there is to it. And,
yes.
And does he tell me about your working with him and what that experience is like?
He's the best. He's incredible. And that's part of what makes that happen. He's very much in on the details like I am. We work really well together. We don't always have the exact same idea. It's good to have somebody who has different ideas and goes, hey, you know, maybe you should try this one other thing. But really, it's so good to have somebody that you really trust who can say, you know, when you're like, what's better, A or B? Like this take or that one, or like for me to go up here or go down here. Somebody who's just like a good sounding board of like, dude, it sounds great when you do it, when you go up. Let's go for that.
That's, you got to have that. All right. I also wanted to ask, you know, Steve had mentioned the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of message you're getting across with this music. There's a lot of things happening. You mentioned a lot of tragedy. There's some good things too, but I wanted to ask you on a personal note, when I will sometimes listen to songs for years and have no idea what the artist was the message that they were trying to get through in this song. Now, I may love the melody and the harmonies and the rhythm and all that stuff, and I like the song, but don't really know what it's about.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? When you've poured emotion, you've written these lyrics, you're getting across a very specific theme that you want, and people don't get it. Is that okay?
It's totally okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I write in a way that is very cathartic for me. And in some of these songs, I hear what I'm saying, and I'm like, there's no way anybody can hear this other than exactly what I mean. But there is. And something that's really beautiful about art and music is when people can take it and apply it to their own life, for their own particular personal experience, what they're going through, and let it be that for them. I think that's a beautiful thing. And it's funny because I want to break down and explain as much as I can about our lyrics, kind of, but there's another part of me that doesn't, because it's sort of better when you see what it turns into for somebody else. It's kind of more powerful that way. I've had songs that totally moved me, and I didn't know that they were about something for many, many years. I was like, oh, that's what that was about?
Yeah. But therein lies the beauty of the subjective nature of music. But there's something, and I wonder if you agree with this, and I think it might in some way speak to why vinyl has become more popular again. Having album cover art and having an artist, I used to use, when I would listen to music and listen to an album, an actual record, I would look at the art, and a lot of times you had additional messages being conveyed through that.
Yes.
Is that something you remember fondly? And yeah, that's a cool thing, right? We don't have that anymore, really. Yeah.
That's always, we do. I do that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Because I feel like that's what's so cool is you can have there are so many different ways to express yourself, and to make an image kind of have a deeper impact. That's why music videos are so cool, dude. We actually just filmed our Better Without You video. It's going to be so cool. In Minneapolis, actually, we road tripped it. I drove 13 hours in a car with Troy and my girl Beth.
Wow.
It was really fun. Got cheese curds and everything. Anyway, when you can take, something and go, okay, here's a visual also that sort of feels like the world that this is living in. I don't know. That is a huge part of it, whether it's album artwork or whatever.
Yeah.
And we do that. We almost always have some sort of like animal or insect or something that's like our secret spirit animal that goes with the music for each era. This one's a nautilus. And to me, that spiral shape has always been like some kind of a symbol of like eternity, like it keeps going until you can't see it anymore. And It makes me think about the future and the past and the soul and like the depths of things. So it just fits. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that anybody really knows that explanation, but it feels that way to me. So maybe it'll feel like that to somebody else on a subconscious level.
Cool.
Amy Lee, I was actually having a discussion over the weekend, and your name was brought up, as well as Taylor Momsen, Lizzie Hale, and Dorothy. And it was because we were watching the pregame for the NCAA Final Four, and they had a giant Miley Cyrus concert. Now, so I don't want to knock Miley Cyrus at all, but she was, for the masses, the female representation of rock music. And I was, and I listened to her album, and I like it.
He likes her a lot.
And I do. And so that's what I'm saying. I'm not knocking Miley, but I was like, I was a little bit perplexed on why they're having her represent rock and roll when she is not classically known as a rock artist. And I thought, man, Amy Lee would have been perfect for this. Lizzie Hale would have been perfect. Taylor Momsen, Dorothy.
Yeah.
There had so many, other, I thought, better representations of rock music. And I wasn't sure what your thoughts were on her being a rock act now, and I'm not asking you to knock it.
All right, cool. You know what? I think it's time we open up shop and see what's hanging around and see what's on sale and what we have to offer at the general store.
Head over to the general store. There's Preston Elliott. He's your proprietor. He welcomes you on in and follows you around the store because he's sure you're going to steal something.
Yeah. Well, we got a lot of odds and ends around here, so let's see what we can find. Here's a study that was done that I think is worth passing along.
They sell studies there at the store?
They do. We sell pretty much everything, man. It's a five and dime. All right, so CBS News poll found this out, that most Americans haven't handwritten a letter on paper in more than 5 years or never have a letter.
When I was a kid, I probably,
me too.
That was it.
I can't remember the last time I actually wrote a letter to someone. Now, a card.
My dearest wife.
A card with a little note written in it.
That I will do.
Yes.
And I am the card writer in the family. So if there's a wedding or something, my wife will give it to me because she wants something humorous, and I'll sit down and I compose something that way. But taking a pen to paper and writing a letter, it does not happen.
Yeah. Which is...
I've just begun doing guided meditation, and the woman's nose whistling keeps distracting me.
Which is too bad, really. The special that we told everybody to watch with the one-man show.
Yeah. Derek Del Guadio.
Yeah, Derek Del Guadio. He makes it a point in that show, and he brings someone up on stage. And I still don't want to give it away for those who haven't seen it because it's really unique. But he says, "Hey, do me a favor, write him a letter."
Right.
And they show him saying that over and over because he's done like over 500 of these shows. He says, write him back, write a letter, write him back, write him back.
Mm-hmm.
Because it does, I think it holds a real impact.
Well, you're taking more time with it, and you're investing more thought in it.
Yes. Here's what I would have to do, though, because of the nature of the way my mind thinks. Even when I sit down to compose using a keyboard,
right?
My mind goes in different directions. I come up with new thoughts as I go along.
Right.
Or I realize that I totally said that wrong, or I'm rambling. I'm just not good at that type of narrative, in that conveyance.
Well, writing is rewriting.
So maybe recording myself saying these things first and then transposing it later on would be the way to do it.
Or lay out a list of bullet points you'd like to cover in the letter.
Yeah. I've never been good at that.
When I worked for Pierre, it was in the early 2000s, and we would get a frequent amount of handwritten letters requesting workforce blocks. And Pierre still gets them. It's probably the best way for you to get a request on the air because he reads them, he loves them, and there's more import when you get one of those.
Do you know the main reason that I don't post that often on social media is because I can't think of what to write in the caption. I can sit here and I can prattle on for an hour with this microphone on.
Right.
No problem.
Right.
But when it comes to taking a visual image and adding a caption that goes with it is just not one of my talents. I'm not good at it. And I'm very self-critical of it as well.
I'm extraordinarily good at it, but it never has anything to do with the actual picture. It's usually a stupid joke.
But it's still, it's clever. And I can't be clever or concise when I'm writing these things. And when Twitter first started and you had the character protocols on there where they only allowed, I forgot how many, I would routinely, every single time, put way too much on there. And I'm like, I can't use the economy of writing. I can't economize this down to boil it down.
I used to tell people who were attempting to write comedy or doing stand-up when those restrictions were on, it's a little bit more, wiggle room now, that was a great way to refine your joke, to refine your material down. What needs to stay, what needs to go.
Yeah, it makes it punchy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's not restrictions on Twitter anymore?
What is it, 200?
It's longer now. It used to be 140 and now
220 or something like that? How many characters is it now?
I thought it was doubled. I think it's 280. Went
Oh,
from
is it 280?
140 to 280, yeah.
So anyway, handwriting a letter to someone, and plus my handwriting is atrocious.
That's, for me, Preston, that's why, honestly, I will actually, before I write, like even in a card, I will write it in like a text edit or something quickly on the computer. so I can just transpose it and not because it's honestly I have lost the ability to handwrite. I do so much keyboard writing.
So in a survey, 37% of the people said that it's been more than 5 years, and 15 and 31% said that they've done it in the past year.
Did they say what the nature of these letters usually is?
No.
Okay.
Similarly, half of Americans haven't gotten a personal letter in the last 5 years, and 14% have never gotten one. Interestingly enough, though, they grew up with letters. Older Americans aren't holding on to the practice. Among those 65 and older, just half have written a letter in the past 5 years.
I used to love to get, I would, when you were a kid, I used to write fan letters. I remember writing, I wrote NBC to see if they had any leftover Star Trek props they could give me. They didn't do that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wonder if you did it now, if that would work.
Dear sirs.
Yeah. And they've gone up in value by like 5,000.
Could you give me that?
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting and might be something to maybe make someone's day and
it means a lot, doesn't it?
Surprise them if you.
Or does it mean a lot?
Handwrote. I think it does.
My mom has handwritten letters to her grandchildren that are away in college.
Okay.
And I think it's because she could send them a text or send them an email or whatever, but she felt like it meant more if they got it in the mail.
My son Casey's relationship with his dog is troubling.
All right. Anyhow, we have other things. Let's walk into the costume department.
Oh, there's a big costume section over there at the general store.
Yeah. So there's always at least one costume that dominates Halloween. And this year, costumes apparently are going to be one of the top spots, inspired by the Netflix show Squid Game.
I knew it.
Are going to
Huge.
be big. Yeah.
Huge.
I mean, it lends itself to
It
that.
does.
Yeah.
It's actually a pretty easy costume to pull off.
Yeah.
Wait, so I got my nails done yesterday, and in the nail salon, they had it on the TV. So it was, are there captions anyway? I haven't.
You can go subtitles or you can go with
Well, so
dubbed.
there were
Yeah.
subtitles anyway because the volume was not on. But so I was just sitting there, I had nothing else to do, reading it, and I'm like, I think I want to watch this show.
Yeah,
okay.
I can't believe they had that on. I mean, it's
a little bloody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyhow, the show's iconic red and green jumpsuits have become best sellers on retail sites like Amazon, and the masks worn by the guards have also been selling well since showing off how to recreate the costumes without actually having to spend money. People are also kind of making their own.
Yeah.
And the show is, of course, out of South Korea and revolves around these people doing this deadly contest. If you haven't seen it yet, but the outfits, yes, are easy to. They're pretty, they're really bold colors and stuff like that, and they're pretty cool.
So the next day after Halloween this year is the beginning of the Camp Out for Hunger for us. So that's a little bit of a consideration. Are costumes even in consideration at your home, or is that? Are we past that? Okay.
No. My daughter specifically, she's actually going out with a group.
All right.
And they're working on a group costume.
Okay.
So,
do you have any ideas what it's going to be?
Yeah,
or?
but I don't want to tip the hand
All right.
on the radio here. So, but they're talking about a couple of different things.
I gotcha.
So should be fun. Marissa, Marissa's always our costume winner by far. You looking at anything, or just kind of going to wait it out this year again?
I have an idea. I just have nowhere to go.
Yeah. Well, and the next day is the Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah,
and it's
that's
actually
true.
pretty easy. I'm going to share it because I want someone to do it. It's when we shared the Ted Lasso recipe the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I think being Ted Lasso and handing
God
out
damn it.
little biscuits.
Why is that going to be yours?
Is that what
I
you're
was
gonna
going to
do?
be Ted Lasso.
Well, there's going to be a lot of Ted
There's
Lasso.
gonna be a
There's
lot
gonna be a lot
Ted
of
Lassos.
them.
Yeah.
But you should make the biscuits and order little pink boxes.
But
and hand them out.
that's a great group costume too. You could easily pull off Ted and Roy and Rebecca and
Beard. I went on a deep dive
Beard, yep.
looking for those like disco pants he wore
Oh my
a couple
God.
episodes ago.
His solo episode, yeah.
Impossible to find.
Really?
Impossible to find anything like them.
There's some sort of cargo ship off the coast.
That could be a good one.
Well, you could just make them. I mean, I don't know if you're a seamstress or not, but you could go to
I am.
Joanne.
What's that, Marissa?
I was talking to Marissa. You could go to like Joanne Fabric or something like that.
Yeah, they're tough. They're more intricate than you realize.
What,
Connor,
make-
can you
making
pull up a
pants?
picture? Well, these pants in particular. They're
Okay.
like striped, and then they're kind of flare, but not really. And then they have little stars and stripes that are sequiny. They're pretty intricate.
Okay.
All right.
Not worth all the work, I guess. So, But anyhow, yeah, looking at Squid Game. All right, what else here? Where else are we going to go?
What section of the store are we going into now, Preston?
We're going into the manure section.
The manure section is one of my favorite.
Yeah, so
a lot of crap in there.
Tests in the UK have shown that artificial lightning can actually strip pollutants from animal manure.
Wow.
Yeah, so the technology entails firing a bolt of plasma.
A bolt of lightning?
At slurry to break up toxin ammonia and climate heating methane. The artificial lightning is plasma, which is a stream of matter heated so hot that electrons are ripped away from the atoms and molecules break down. The action smashes ammonia molecules to produce pure nitrogen, which is absorbed into farm slurry.
Now, who came up with this? That's a brilliant idea to handle the slurry problem.
Yeah, so that saves the farmer money because nitrogen applied to fields and slurry is an essential fertilizer.
Do they sell the slurry as like a drink, like the Slurpee?
Maybe.
Yeah,
the
as a slurry.
So a plasma gun has been firing at cow dung on the Dairy Holly Green Farm in picturesque part of Buckinghamshire, England, and that's where they've been doing this. Independent assessors said that it reduces ammonia in slurry by 90%.
Wow.
The plasma process also reduces the emissions of methane, a potential greenhouse gas, by 99%.
Pew, pew, pew.
If the technology proves affordable, it wouldn't just tackle climate change and improve the smell of the countryside, but it would also present an opportunity to tackle air pollution in urban areas. But yeah, it'll stop the stink of cow crap.
Let me ask you: are you like horse manure or on a farm? Is that necessarily a bad smell in your reckoning?
Sometimes. So we have a farm behind us,
right?
And when they've fertilized the field.
Right.
It's strong.
Yeah.
But it only lasts like a day or so. It's not bad where we are. And there are times when it has that earthy, aromatic farmland.
Autumn.
Yeah.
And
more like spring. That's what I do it. Yeah. But spring is when they're tilling and getting ready for the plant or to sow. And so it reminds me because things are growing, and it kind of reminds me of a good thing.
And that's horse poop.
There's various manures I think that can be used for.
I don't know.
fertilizer.
I mean, so
I don't know.
I can't believe it's not manure.
If you're a farmer, call us and straighten us out on all this stuff, please. 215-263-WMMR.
Yeah, like if there is a discernible difference in smell between horse manuring and cow poop.
I love the smell of mulch, I have to say.
Mhm.
Yeah, to me,
I do see free manure signs up a lot, and also clean dirt. You ever see
Clean
those
dirt,
signs?
I have seen that.
So
clean dirt and manure. You can apparently that people want to get rid of it.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, see,
What's clean dirt?
Well, clean
free
dirt,
dirt.
Clean dirt has been like sifted and it's free of like all the rocks and stuff like that. It's good for fill. I had
who's Phil?
Yeah.
Like when you're filling.
Oh, I thought it was
Good for
some
Phil.
guy
Guy
likes
named
dirt.
Phil.
Hi, Phil.
I'll
Love
use
dirt.
that.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to, to tell you the truth, I don't know if you're going to lay down like sod, if you want, clean dirt or not. I just know that when I had to fill up my backyard, and I had to have a truckload of dirt. And but I don't remember if it was
clean dirt.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's to me, it's probably like the difference between regular water and distilled water. It's a little bit more, treated.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hell, I don't know. And no farmers are calling, so I have no idea.
They're out working.
We have they're out tilling the fields and sowing and reaping. And
Well, it's
Generally-
reaping now. It's reaping season.
Generally, horse, cow, and chicken manure are most commonly used for fertilizer. Some people, however, like to use sheep and rabbit manure.
Okay.
Wow, rabbit manure.
Dude,
how do you cultivate that?
That chicken crap stinks. Oh my God.
If you ever go into a chicken coop, it'll blow your hair off.
So Trish here in our sales department, she has chickens and ducks now.
She does?
Yes.
Yeah,
and they had to build a chicken coop. Kathy, it's not like she planned on it. When the pandemic happened, I believe her son brought some chickens home, and then it kind of like what we did with Quiver Farm.
Yeah.
And
And they never left?
They never went back. And I don't think they were ever supposed to go back. I think it was because
A lot of people love having the chickens in the backyard.
I would have them if I could. I would.
Trish has always had weird pets. She used to have like a lizard.
She still does.
Does she still have
Yeah,
them?
it's a bearded dragon, I believe.
She builds her own like deck stuff and furniture, and she wires her home entertainment system. She's like
she coached football. I mean, like
she's basically like a Swiss Army knife.
She coached football.
She coached football.
Yeah,
Oh, great.
And for Notre Dame.
Hang on.
For Notre Dame.
I might have been wrong.
Nick
No.
hates her for that.
I think Lisa from Bod Squad coached football. So I either have them mixed up or they both did.
I was just with Lisa, and she didn't mention anything about coaching
She
football.
didn't?
No.
I don't.
Well, we're going to find out. I'm going to find out.
All
right
right.
now.
Let me go to Kevin. He wants to clear up the clean dirt thing. I think we got it right, though. Hi, Kevin.
Yes.
All right. What's clean dirt?
Clean dirt is just dirt that runs through a screening plant. They get the rocks, sticks, heavy debris, busted glass, that kind of stuff.
There we go. Why is that always offered up for free? Like you'll see signs, says free clean dirt, you know?
Free clean dirt more or less just means it's just dirt without a lot of debris. Bricks,
Yeah, I know, but why do they want to get rid of it? You know, I mean...
They dig it up, dig it out of the field, stuff like that. They have nowhere to haul to. Sometimes you got to pay to get rid of it, so you just offer it for free in case people need it for fill.
Okay.
in
All
their
right.
yard.
All right. They might need to pay to get rid of it.
So they've gone through the process of sifting it, though. You figure after you've done that, when you want to keep it for yourself?
Well, no, the screen dirt is a little bit different than clean dirt.
Okay.
Clean dirt just means it doesn't have trash in it. Screen dirt is what you're putting down in your topsoil. If you have a hole in your yard, a divot.
All right, it's really fine.
You're going to run screen
It's
dirt.
like
in.
movie
Yeah.
dirt, screen dirt.
Gotcha. Excellent. Thanks,
Yeah.
Kevin.
Yep.
Appreciate it, bud. All right. Well, anyway. So, yeah, the shooting lightning into crap may take away its smell.
Wow.
And the methane.
It's like the Ghostbusters guns.
And by the way, so the guy who wrote this article said that he did the before and after sniff test.
Yeah?
Huge difference.
Wow.
After they
It
hit
was
it
amazing, actually.
with the lightning. And
The
and
booby couldn't even smell the poopy smells.
doesn't smell anymore. All right. Do we have anything else on there, Nick?
Anything else?
Before we move on?
We have a listener who lives on a chicken farm.
Chickens?
Steve, guess how many chickens live on this farm with this guy? Well, I'm guessing it's a guy.
1,000.
220,000.
Holy hell.
Yeah.
Oh dear God.
That's why when you hear of those fires that have happened before, they're like, 500,000 chickens were killed.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a crazy
It
world we
is.
live in.
It's
To live with 220,000 chickens.
It's kind of a dream, right?
That's my dream. To just roll around in the chickens.
Heaven on earth.
It's heaven on earth. When I die, I want to go to a chicken farm. They'll welcome me.
Your overlord.
You don't go through St. Peter's Gates. It's a doorway to Kentucky Fried Chicken.
There's a big bucket spinning over the top.
I'm ready to go. Cluck, cluck.
All right. Let's see what else we can get to. Cluck, cluck. All right. To step over this way, we have some golf carts for sale.
You got everything in this damn store.
We do. So apparently golf carts are becoming a bit of some trouble for kids. The CHOP, actually Children's Hospital Philadelphia, finds that there's an increasing number of children and adolescents that are injured from golf carts each year. There have been more than 63,500 of these injuries in the U.S. between 2010 and 2019, and more than half of the injuries happened to kids age 12 and under.
So how are
with the
these
greatest number of injuries happening at school or sports events?
How are these kids ending up behind the wheel of a golf cart?
Yeah, well, they may not be behind the wheel. They may be just walking around.
Oh.
But anyhow,
Yeah.
a lot of them are because a kid can drive a golf cart.
Right.
I mean, listen, so I live
If
in a
you're not
golf
on the
course
road.
community. Oh, my God. We don't have a golf cart.
Yeah.
And tons of people in my neighborhood
They
do have
do?
a golf cart.
All right.
And most of the time, it's just kids driving it through the neighborhood, which you're not supposed to be doing. And there was some trouble with it for a while.
Oh, really?
We found out about it. Yeah. And but yeah, I could see it because after they get going and you get used to it, then you get a little more bold.
Yeah.
And then you can have some accidents happen, or kids
Out on the turnpike.
jumping on or jumping off while they're moving, or my favorite, which was to play joust or polo with
Oh, my
the golf
God.
cart.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Press, I played in a golf outing, and it was for a girls' soccer team. And so they had girls from the soccer team, it was high school, riding around the golf course. And one of the girls accidentally drove the golf cart down the hill and into one of the ponds.
Yeah, it happens.
Yep.
So,
you see them down the shore all the time, too.
Are people using down there?
You know, who
Yeah.
has
Over.
one? Copper has one. It's
Sick.
Seat 6.
Six. A six-seater with a rumble seat.
It's unbelievable. It's so sick.
By the seashore. It's my sick scooter by the seashore.
I saw a family of 4 or 5 or 6.
Family of 6.
Coming into Wawa on Sunday morning.
Well,
and a golf cart. And one of those big ones.
Yeah, they have, if it has turn signals and brake lights and stuff like that, it's then
soda.
Street legal.
I think it's the first thing I ever drove. I mean, if you don't count a bumper car, I like actually learning how to
Not
use,
a go-kart?
To use like a golf. I mean, use a brake pedal and a gas pedal. Like I think it was a golf cart.
That's kind of how I taught my boys how to drive at first. First took them out on the golf cart and because you use the brake and gas and steer, and it just gives you the basics.
So would you get a golf cart in your neighborhood? Where you are
I don't
now?
want one. My car goes much faster, and I can get to the where I need to go to a lot quicker.
When I was in grade school, first of all, my friends had a moped that we rode around all the time on the street, and then my buddy, he won a go-kart, and so it was a yellow Corvette Raisinets go-kart that we would drive on the street all the time.
Wow.
It was
Raisinets?
awesome. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it was kind of like, it was supposed to be like a race car.
And the sponsor was Raisinets.
Yeah.
Okay. Golf carts are fun. They're...
what a terrible candy.
Raisinets?
Oh my God!
I like 'em.
What?
What a waste of a candy.
No.
You're talking to the wrong person. She loves Chunkies. They have raisins.
Chunky and
That's also a waste.
Raisinets are probably my favorite candy of all time.
I like
Goobers.
I like Goobers better than raisins.
Goobers. What's in a goober?
Peanuts.
Excuse me, do you have Goobers?
Chocolate-covered peanuts.
Yeah, but chocolate-covered raisins are different than chocolate-covered
I love chocolate-covered
peanuts.
raisins, and I love Goobers.
Mix them together.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That'd be like a chunky and little tiny forms.
Totally. Yeah.
I can't believe you don't like Raisinets. We're usually on the same page.
Yeah, they just, I'm going to have a candy. It's not going to be a candy that's raisin-based.
Oh, remember when they had those yogurt-covered raisins? That was a waste of everything.
I didn't mind
Which
them.
ones?
They were yogurt-covered.
I dug them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was down with them. I'm down with the dark chocolate, and then these are milk chocolate-covered Raisinets.
Steve, there's a Raisinette scene in Blazing Saddles at the end when Hedy Lamarr is eating them in the movie theater. He's got a whole mouthful and just spits them all over.
He's going into
that
Grauman's Chinese theater. This is Hedy Lamarr, student.
Student?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Give me a break. So, by the way, going back to, we were talking about golf carts.
Yeah. Not
Okay,
Blazing Saddles.
Boys were more frequently injured than girls, and most injuries were superficial. Fractures and dislocations were the second most common type of injuries.
Remember when I had to bail in the golf cart? I was a passenger, and Matt O'Donnell was driving, and he was driving like an absolute lunatic, and we were going down this hill, and he made this sharp turn to the left, and I jumped. I thought we were gonna. That
was
tip
the
over.
Center Square Golf Club. Yeah, I remember that.
It was. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you: aren't the vehicles like
Mills.
the which they have now, the Bronco? The kids can actually. They're basically mini golf carts, same engine, battery powered, but they have it's a little Jeep, it's a little car they can drive around.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
The little kids.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Those have been around for a long time.
Right.
Those
So
are pretty
they're
cool.
like mini golf carts.
Yeah, and those are good teachers for the basics of driving as well.
So put your 16-year-old in that. Yeah.
So the researchers are calling for lawmakers to consider improving safety guidelines and regulations for golf carts.
What would they do?
I know that if you go to a golf course, they will have you can't you can't let a kid drive usually, but you'll do it anyway.
Okay.
Of course, it's usually the deal with that. So, but this is according to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. There's
Didn't know that.
Quite a few golf cart injuries among American kids. So, all right, we should take a break.
Yes.
Because we do have the money clip coming up. And I want to thank you all for stopping by. It's been
Preston
nice.
Elliott waving goodbye on the porch of the general store. He'll see you again soon, once he gets his illegal contraband from overseas.
All right, with this break we're taking, let's give away a $25 gift card to our friends at Chicks, where Nick will be tomorrow night, by the way, for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff. And the game is tomorrow night, so you can watch it at Chicks if you want to.
I'm very impressed with the food.
While Nick is there, and we'll take caller number 16 at 215-263-WMMR. They brought in duck wontons, meatballs. They have these different flavored wings. I believe they brought the Chipotle Parmesan, the chicken parm sandwich, the Capri sandwich, the roast pork sandwich is fantastic. So a lot of great food. And don't forget, if you're getting together for a meal or catching the game this week or anytime this fall, check out Chicks on Washington Avenue in South Philly and enjoy their incredible food and drinks. But we'll set you up with that gift card now, 215-263-WMMR. Back in a moment.
anything
You got
either.
$500 to give away again.
And
Stay with-
without knocking her with you, I'm with you on that. I feel like it has to do with the people in place that are putting those kind of productions together. They need to hire you guys. They need if there's a place where rock music is going to be represented. There's so much rock music with millions of fans. Like, rock is no way dead. Like, it is full alive. But we need people in the positions of power and placement to recognize and tap into that rock world instead of always trying to make it, well, what'll just get the most people, that have heard this name before or whatever to care about it. That just feels a little bit like a
manufactured,
a business move, a corporate move.
Yeah, no, that's exactly
how to
it.
get the numbers.
Yeah.
That's always frustrating. It's cool to be the underdog, but
Right.
at the same time, it's like, well, rock is real. There are people out there that like it. Give it a chance for sure.
Yeah, but my wife did bring up the point that she is, she's a different name out there, and so maybe she is going to be that entree, right? Maybe somebody's going to watch her, listen to her, and go, well, hang on a second, I like this style of music, and maybe somebody
take a deeper dive.
Maybe somebody who wouldn't have known about Evanescence is now all of a sudden introduced as a result of that. I was like, okay, well, that's a healthy perspective, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
And Casey brought up all the great female rockers that are out there now, and I always kind of think of you as you, for me and for us, I think here represented the turn where we were like, we had obviously legendary voices in rock, but you represented this next wave that I think is still going on. You were the flashpoint, I think, and it seems like your contemporaries, and I've read interviews with all of them where they cite you as that step-off point. That has to come with a bit of pride.
That's really cool. It's so much cooler doing all of this now, later on in life, with the experience and the respect that comes along with just doing it for a long time and surviving so much. Yeah. It's I would way rather be where I am now than what it felt like when we were starting out.
Yes. Yeah.
It's badass. It's incredible. There are so many people that came before me, that have influenced me. So many rad women. It's not like I'm like this one pillar of rock. There have been women in rock from the beginning.
Yeah, but you had a style which I kind of see as almost like dominatrix-esque. And let me explain, because they incorporate pleasure and pain. Yeah. And so the instrumentation is the pain and your voice is the pleasure. You have this smoothness about you, and then there's that raw edge of the music that go together. So, I mean,
contrast.
Yeah.
Contrast. So, on a visual, audio, whatever level, I like to hear two really different things coming together to make that beautiful swirl.
And as I want to be the first one who has ever called you a dominatrix. Has anybody ever done that?
Oh, you're not the first.
We're on Zoom with Amy, so we can see her in the room that she's in. Are those Care Bears and Smurf dolls behind you?
Yeah. What's your pleasure? Amy's toys.
Do you have any My Little Ponies? Because Kathy was never allowed to have a My Little Pony when she was a kid.
Yeah. Wait.
We're going to take a look. She's taking the camera over. I'll describe to the audience.
My Little Ponies.
Several My Little Ponies.
I try to keep it in perspective, so like the Grammys and the awards have dolls all around.
It's like in front of a gold record and a Grammy, there's a My Little Pony. Several.
Wait, and I love the Care
I got
Bears.
My Little Pony climbing the Grammy right now.
Oh my God.
Raggedy Ann up there.
Amy, I used to go to my neighbor's house and play with the neighbor because she had My Little Ponies. And for whatever reason, and it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to have them, but my mom never got them for me. And I was traumatized as a kid. I
Your mom probably thought they were sinful or something.
It's really funny. I honestly, I didn't have that many toys as a kid, but there was, I don't know why, there's so many cool 80s collectible. I mean, it's not like it's only the 80s. It happened later too with Pokemon and Beanie Babies and everything else. But when I got to be a teenager and all that stuff was at flea markets and cheap, I was like, I'm buying every toy that I ever wanted now.
Yeah, now that you can afford it, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Amy, with the new record and new music, what are your thoughts on touring and what it's going to be like over the next few months? Because so much of that is up in the air for so many different acts.
Yeah, we're not going to be out there this summer, but we are making plans for the end of the year. And I just can't wait. It's been just this thing where we keep making plans, and this is like with tour and everything else over the last year and a half almost now. You just keep making plans and keep having to push them back, and then you just keep making them again and keep making them again and keep, waiting for that time when you don't have to postpone it again. So we just keep making plans.
Yeah.
And I feel like now, we're in a different situation than when we were in last year when we just kept pushing it back, hoping for something. Now there's a vaccine. Now things are changing. I've already gotten my first shot. We're headed towards the end of not being able to do it anymore. So we are going to unleash the fury. I am so ready to get out there and just play and feel what it feels like to be on stage, just immersed fully in music with a group of hot and sweaty people. Don't you want that so bad?
Yeah,
right now?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So good.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, when was the last time you played our MMRBQ? How many years? Obviously, it wasn't last year. Was that 2 years ago? 2019. Yeah, because I had a great memory of being in the commissary, if you will, and I believe they might have been serving kielbasa sausage, and I started singing Tenacious D, and you were there, and you actually sang with me a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your butt cheeks is warm.
Yes.
That was our road trip music. We were just on that road trip. It was all Tenacious D, like
That's awesome.
all of it.
Oh,
I'm an old school fan from like the cable days.
Yeah,
like
the HBO show.
They played the MMRBQ one year, and they were it was a festival. Yeah. It was a festival, another festival that we did, and nobody really knew them except the musicians, and it was wild to see that. The audience was like, "What in the F?"
It was before Jack Black was a household name, man.
Every band was lined up stage side, and they were like freaking out. It was just hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny because it's one of those things, right? Like Spinal Tap, where bands get it on a level where especially with the Tenacious D, their musicianship is so good.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes it so funny. Like all the details of like talking about writing a song and everything, you just relate to it. It's that's right. And it actually sounds great.
It does. They're really great. And Pick of Destiny is just you can watch that over and over again. I wanted to ask you when you were performing, when you getting back to the concert dynamic. What's the better scenario? You're able to roll out the music, and a lot of your listeners have heard it. They're perform live with that energy, or they come already pre-schooled on the music because they've been listening to it over and over again off of the album.
It's cool when they know it a little bit. That one of the cool things about this situation is we're going to be going out there playing the new album.
Right.
And by the time we're able to be up on stage playing it, the fans have been living it with it for a year.
Right.
I mean, we started releasing the songs, already a year ago now. So it won't be that, ooh, what's this one? I haven't heard it before. I mean, it'll be cool to hear it live, but they'll know the words. And I think that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah. I remember when I would be going to a concert, I would take a little bit of time to do the work, to get the album and listen to it, and then go. It's a completely different experience. And were you the same way when you were pre-rock star? Yeah.
Yeah, even now, like if we're gonna go to a show and it's a band that like a friend wants to go to that I don't really know that well, or I know like the hits, but I don't want to be that person.
Yeah,
like you always jam that album that day when you're like getting ready to go, just so you're kind of familiar with what's going to happen. It makes it more exciting when the songs you like do happen.
It serves you better as you're paying for this ticket. Yeah. You're going to get more out of it if you listen to the material. I remember Rush had done a tour, and it was a concept album that they had, and they said they were going to mainly just be playing music from that. So I did my work. I listened to it. I loved it. Our boss did not listen to it. He thought it was a lousy concert. I thought it was an awesome concert. So that can be the difference. You got to listen to the material.
I totally agree.
Hey, I wanted to ask because Taylor Momsen's name came up, Lizzie Hale's name came up. There are a couple of the featured backup singers on this album. There are several people that you brought on board, and all of this done remotely. How was that? I mean, just a quick phone call and they're in type of thing?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It wasn't completely remote. That was when we were recording Use My Voice, it was right before the shutdown. It was the beginning of last year. So we recorded in Nashville. That's where Nick's studio is, and Lizzie, and they live here. So it was easy for her to come by, like check out the song, get in the booth. And Dina Jacob from Viridia, my friend who me actually write a little bit of the song, she could come in. She lives here. So we did that. But also I just like texted and called a couple friends and was like, I don't know, do you want to lay a vocal down on this? And everybody said yes. And
Awesome.
Really cool.
You guys all have your own style and all shine in your own ways. But when you're watching Lizzie, do you kind of sit there and go, a little less? Don't destroy me on this. I'm sure her voice is
I hear
so
Lizzie
powerful.
and I'm like, turn that girl up.
That's so cool that you guys all live out there. That's just one of those cities that I need to get to.
Are you in Nashville?
Yeah, I am now. Wow. I was in Brooklyn for 13 years. It's weird. It's different, but it's good. We're closer to my parents here.
Hey, I wanted to listen. I don't know if you have the details, and if you do, if you're allowed to give them out or not. But you are going to be announcing a streaming concert next month. Can you talk about that right now or no?
I don't know. I haven't talked about it yet because I didn't think I was supposed to, but you just spilled beans.
Feel free to get in trouble because of us. Yeah.
Nobody's listening.
We're working on it. We're just now talking about the set list. So we are doing something. Yes.
Okay. I've watched a lot of streaming concerts over the last year, and it is, there's some really, really great things. I'm a huge Fish fan, and Trey and Anastasio did a run of shows at the Beacon, and what they did, which I thought was really, really cool, is they performed towards the back of the stage, right? And so and then they lit up all the seats behind them. I mean, just are you talking like, just visuals alone, because obviously the music's going to, speak for itself, but the visuals alone, I thought that was a really cool visual.
That is really cool. That's a good idea.
Hey,
we still have to figure out what we're going to do exactly.
When you're putting the set list together, what's most important, opener or closer to you? What do you think?
That is a difficult question.
Yeah.
The opener is really important. I'm tempted to say the closer, but honestly, like the way you start the show really sets up the whole energy of the night. If you come in strong, like that is going to just get everybody to buy into everything else you're about to do. So I think starting is really important, but ending's important too, because whatever you end with, that's what's going to be in everybody's head for the rest of the night.
I saw a Cheap Trick one time, and they opened with "I Want You to Want Me," and we were like, "Whoa!" And I still remember that to this day. I mean, that blew me away.
There's a lot that can go into. There's a lot behind those moves. I think that's a statement. It's like, if you guys came to just hear this one song, you can leave now.
We're not
the rest of the show is for the fans. You guys want to go to the bathroom, just go. Get to the back. This is for the fans now. That's what that says to me.
we had a show one time, and we won't mention the band, but the band opened and closed with their hit at the time. It was like it was a weird thing.
Well, it was the New Radicals, and they really didn't have much material.
Pretty much what they had.
And that's a great song. You get what you get.
Absolutely, yeah.
But hey, I wanted to, and I don't know if we've talked to you since you guys released your cover of The Chain, but what an amazing rendition of that song. And I just wanted to thank you for doing that, choosing to do that, and releasing it. Yeah,
and ballsy too. Yeah, I mean, that's a bold shot at a really song that's got its own identity for sure. It was awesome.
Totally, man. It felt really good to do. Our band is made up of people. We all have a little bit of a different taste in music, and we all like different things. And, some of that contrast between us is what makes it great. But one place that we all super agree is Fleetwood Mac. Yeah. So to be able to go in and for us all to just be like, yes, like equally excited to have the opportunity to do it was really cool. And my thought on covers is always find a new way, like make it somehow like really your own, because if it's really just going to be another version of the original, like that's just, I don't know. I want to go hear the original then. Like that to me is like that.
You're just reminding people of a version they like better. Yeah, which is it's a problem.
Like bring a new perspective to the table and see.
Yeah,
really,
the best roast pork sandwiches I've ever had. Yes, from Chicks. I got one with less broccoli rabe on it. I'm not a Rob fan.
So can I tell you something? I hate broccoli rabe, and people have tried to push broccoli rabe on me forever, but their food is quite freaking good.
Man, thank you guys. I appreciate that. And we'll do some more giveaways in a little while. We're going to get to the beef file. I want to mention a sad note that we got about one of our listeners.
I'm so sorry to do this, but we have to do our word for.
Oh my God, it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
You're right. I didn't even look at I didn't even look at the time. We let's do this, and then I'll mention that. Yes.
93.3 WMMR. It's time for an MMR Money Clip. Now, here's your money clip keyword.
And the word is candy, C-A-N-D-Y. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways to do it. You can text it, special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $500 in our company-wide contest. That person will get a call from Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone, and the contest rules are available at WMMR.com. It is sponsored by Horizon Services. And I just want to remind you again, it's Candy, C-A-N-D-Y. Good luck to you, my friend. Yeah, we got word of a big fan of the show. Unfortunately, passed away suddenly this past weekend. Bill Sourmilch is his name. Bill and his wife, Ariel, were huge MMR fans. They came to tons of events. They listened to MMR religiously, and they attended the MMRBQ 21 prior to his passing. And a highlight of their life together, they were actually married at the Camp Out for Hunger when we did the mass wedding in 2018. I know. And he was just 35 years old. Leave behind Ariel and their 2 young daughters, Audrey, who is 9, and Amelia, who's 11 months. He was carrying a husband, son, brother, friend, father. We got this from Ariel's brother, Ryan, said, not the news anyone wants to hear, but in Bill's memory, I just felt it felt right letting the MMR family know they lost a truly dedicated fan. So there's a celebration of life this Friday. If you knew Bill, October 15th at the VFW in Pennsville on Broadway. There's a GoFundMe as well to help the family with the unexpected cost. And we have those details posted at PrestonandSteve.com. So sad news to pass along, but thought we should do that. All right, we do need to get to the Bizarre Files. So here we go.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to get into some stories. It's brought to you by Horizon Services. You can save up to $200 on select plumbing services. Visit horizonservices.com. This is wild. A performer at Moscow's renowned Bolshoi Theater was killed this past Saturday in an accident on stage during an opera.
Wow. What opera?
That I don't know.
Mortal Kombat?
The Bolshoi, one of Russia's most prestigious theaters, said the incident occurred during a set change in Sadko. So it's called Sadko.
Okay.
S-A-D-K-O, which is an opera. The opera was immediately stopped, and the audience was asked to leave.
Jeez, I wonder how. Well, did they mention how the person died?
Yeah, so Moscow investigators said that they were probing the circumstances surrounding the death of the 37-year-old performer, a man. It didn't disclose his identity, but a source said the performer was crushed by a ramp during a change of scenery.
Jeez.
Sources told the RIA news agency that he had been killed by a falling piece of decor. The Bolshoi has been struck by tragedy in the past. In July 2013, a senior violinist died after falling into the orchestra pit.
Man,
yeah.
Didn't know opera was that dangerous.
A pastor is in jail after police say he tried to kill 2 sheriff's deputies with his car.
You're a bad pastor.
The terrifying ordeal happened on Wednesday. The pastor's name is David Jones, and according to the Hilton Oaks Baptist Church Facebook page, he gave sermons regularly at the church. Court documents show that Jones had a long history of drinking and driving, and his latest arrest was in August in Oakland County. So recent stuff.
Yeah.
So
I drink, I drive, and I like to see people get killed.
Sheriff Don McIntyre said if you turn your vehicle around and intentionally collide with a police vehicle, you're going to be charged with attempted murder on police. 2 deputies were called to the convenience store just off the exit when they found Jones sitting in his car. Police say that he was intoxicated and refused to cooperate and do anything. That the deputies had asked.
Padre, it's clear you're dealing with some issues.
Moments later, they say Jones took off across the highway, pulled into a parking lot, and then eventually slammed his car into the back of the building. He struck their building, according to the sheriff, and turned his vehicle towards deputies, accelerated, smashing our patrol car. Luckily, our deputies were not injured. Even after the crash, Jones refused to get out of his car. Police said that they had to break the windows. Jones apparently identified himself as a pastor to an attorney.
Wow.
And court records show Jones has 8 drinking and driving offenses on his record.
He's got issues.
Man of God. Wildlife officials in Colorado say an elusive elk, you guys may have seen this story, that has been wandering the hills with a car tire around its neck for at least 2 years has finally been freed of that obstruction.
Thank God.
The 4.5-year-old, 600-pound bull elk was spotted near Pine Junction, southwest of Denver on Saturday evening and tranquilized. Officers with the agency had to cut the elk's 5-point antlers off to remove the encumbrance because they couldn't slice through the steel in the bead of the tire. They said, according to Officer Scott Murdoch, he said, that's what the guy saw when he saw him in the distance. Yeah, he took a shot at him. So he said, we would have preferred to cut the tire and leave the antlers for his rutting activity, but the situation was dynamic and we had to just get the tire off in any way possible because he was going to wake back up from the tranquilizer.
Yes, yeah.
Murdoch and fellow officer Dawson Swanson estimated the elk is shed about 35 pounds with the removal of the tire, the antlers, and the debris inside the tire. Wildlife officials first spotted the elk with the tire around its neck in July 2019 when conducting a population survey for Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep and mountain goats in the Mount Evans wilderness. They say they have seen deer, elk, moose, bears, and other wildlife become entangled in a number of items.
It's sad.
Including swing sets, hammocks, clotheslines, decorative or holiday lighting, furniture, tomato cages. Tomato cages?
Yeah, because sometimes they get vicious.
They grow them in those things, yeah.
Don't put your hand in there.
Chicken feeders, laundry baskets, soccer goals, and volleyball nets. So they managed to track this one down. They got him, and the tire's gone, which is cool. And this is in England. A 66-year-old former military administrator stabbed her 78-year-old husband at their Somerset home and told an emergency services operator, she called 999, which is their number there. She said, I thought I'd get his heart, but he hasn't got one. Wow.
Yeah, they're doing very well. Such a sweet old couple.
So the jury has been told this very thing.
I missed his heart.
Penelope Jackson allegedly murdered her husband, David, a retired Army lieutenant colonel, on February 13th at their home, claiming he was abusive and controlling. A jury at Bristol Crown Court heard that David Jackson managed to call 999, telling the operator that his wife had stabbed him and screaming in pain as she allegedly drove the knife into him for the final time while he was on the phone.
Wow. Could you stop that?
Jackson herself then took over the call and calmly told the handler, I've killed my husband or tried to because I've had enough. When asked where he was, she replied, he's in the kitchen bleeding to death with any luck. She repeatedly refused to help the victim when a call handler asked her to apply pressure to the wound or throw him a towel to try and stem the bleeding. In the 18-minute call, which was played in full for the jury, Jackson can be heard calmly telling the operator her husband is, quote, moaning on the kitchen floor, adding he's got some holes in him. She went on by saying he deserves everything he gets. I'll accept everything that's coming my way. Wow. After her arrest, as she was being led to the police car, she told officers, I know what I've done, and if I've not done it properly, I'll really be annoyed. She said she had kept a knife under her pillow.
Listen, I'm not a psychologist, but I don't think she liked him.
In late December 2020, police were called to their address after a row over a TV remote control. The defendant told officers that she had locked her husband in their conservatory so he would calm down, but that he had smashed his way out with the poker from the wood-burning stove. The trial, which is expected to last 3 weeks, continues. Wow, man.
That's a hellacious relationship.
Yeah, that's
what
really,
they call toxic.
Really messed up. All right, we have time for one more little one. Okay, this is pretty wild. On Friday afternoon, there were reports of baby cries coming from a container. It was in the Netherlands. The reports persisted into Saturday, and police say emergency services did everything possible to save the infant that they thought was in distress. An investigation revealed that the cries were coming from Bluetooth speakers that had been placed inside the container.
Wow.
And a 48-year-old man was arrested in connection to the incident. Now, I don't know why they couldn't get in there or why it took them so long.
Right. Was it a practical joke or?
Well, yeah, but, a really bad one.
A really bad
where
one.
People think that there's a baby in distress.
Right.
So
what kind of joy you get from that?
He's going to face some charges over that. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Well, we have a secret text word that you've been texting for. Oh, before that, I want to remind you the word, the money clip word is candy.
Candy.
C-A-N-D-Y. But we need a winner for secret text word. So, Kathy, give me a number caller.
11.
All right, let's take the 11th caller, 215-263 WMMR, and we'll see if we can set you up with the prize. You need the word. We'll be back in a moment.
if you can show, another potential interpretation of the music. So that song definitely, it's different. It's very different from the original. I really like it.
You mentioned each band member having their own taste, and then confirm or deny, is your number one pie choice these days pecan pie, and how did that happen?
You guys research deep. You went far on Instagram.
Can you confirm or deny?
Confirm. I love pecan pie. I like food in general. I'm a food person, but I think that was like last Thanksgiving or something. I was like, okay, I'm making a mark in time. Like, this is my favorite. I'm tired of playing around. This isn't a joke anymore.
So you pronounced it pecan pie, which is how I say it as well. Steve says pecan.
Yeah.
So then where are you from? Where did you grow up that you got that pronunciation?
I actually grew up all over. My dad's was in radio for 30 years, so we're kind of a no dialect family. South Florida is where I grew up as a small child, but then Illinois and then Arkansas. But I've lived everywhere, kind of.
All right, what did he do in radio?
But pecan. We say pecan.
Pecan. What did he do in radio?
He did what you do. He was a DJ, a program director, morning show.
Oh.
We traveled. That's why we moved around a lot, just different jobs.
Wow, cool. Excellent. Well, listen, we're excited about the prospect of maybe, a streaming show coming up, and obviously you doing the live stuff, which is going to be fantastic, and the new album is great. So, Amy Lee, congratulations to you, the rest of the guys in the band.
Thank you.
And just keep doing what you're doing, and we love it, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you in person again.
Yes.
Excellent. The Bitter Truth, Amy Lee, Evanescence. Thank you very much. And thanks for coming on this morning. So, wow. She's so cool.
She's awesome.
I love it. I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. It's very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100% fan-based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, but they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut." And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope, and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times, the studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this. It's
miraculous. Yeah. It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zack, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, and then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. You know, our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, you know, the fans have raised now like, you know, $600,000 just, you know, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, you know, AFSP and, you know, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, you know, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, you know, especially during this pandemic where, like, you know, there's a lot of people suffering, you know, through some hard times, you know, on top of the, you know, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and you know, tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into you know, perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, you know, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by far, by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, you know, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy you know, and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which is Touch Your Life, and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then you know, turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. You know, with Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, it was, to me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and just you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you know, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, you know, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. You know, we thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, you know, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Oh, Zach was actually giving us a pass and suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from like the time of Live Aid, and it would probably, yeah, it wouldn't work out. But yeah, so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. You know, and you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've, from the get-go, as have legions, bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's, not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, that this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy to, I think as a stream, when you're streaming it, and then, this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put up an IMAX.
For the lesson question, we're going to give away The Matrix on digital. So we're just going movie crazy here today.
It's insane.
And the question for today, I think I want to go with this. What is the sequel of From Justin to Kelly? 215-263 WMMR. What is the sequel of From Justin to Kelly? 215-263 WMMR. While you call, we will do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And it is brought to you by Jersey Mike's. This and every Saturday while you watch the game at home, order through the Jersey Mike's app to get free delivery. Every Saturday, Jersey Mike's is sub above. What's going on, Steve?
Well, a top cosmetic surgeon suggesting Tom Cruise's puffed up face on display at a recent Giants-Dodgers game was probably due to too much filler. Cruise has denied the assessment, saying his cheeks were full of peanuts and Cracker Jacks, and adding he didn't care if he never got back.
Hey!
Chumley from the reality series Pawn Stars announcing he has lost 100 pounds after a gastric sleeve procedure. Chumley says for the first time in his life, women are coming up to him and asking him if he's deathly ill.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Ryan Gosling revealing in an interview that the best gift he ever got was given to him by longtime partner Eva Mendes on Father's Day. Gosling says Mendes had really been listening to the clues he had been dropping and sat on his face.
Oh, wow. All right, let's see if somebody can get the answer to this correct. What is the sequel From Justin to Kelly? What is that sequel? And I am going to go to Bill, our first caller in. Hey, Bill.
Hey, what's up?
Yo, Bill. All right, so what was the sequel From Justin to Kelly?
From Justin to Kathy.
Yes. You got it, bud. Hang on a second. For you, The Matrix on digital. You can plug back into one of the most successful film franchises of all time on The Matrix, now on 4K Ultra HD, Blu-ray, and digital as well. Let's get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you this morning by Iron Hill Brewery. Their top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers are now available everywhere craft beer is sold locally. You can visit ironhillbrewery.com and click Beer Finder to find a retailer near you. All right, so we'll start with this. I mentioned earlier, Shinedown announced their North American tour for next year, kicking off in San Francisco January 26th across the country and play 22 shows before wrapping it up in Cincinnati on June 18th. Now, I scoured the dates. I didn't see anything for Philadelphia. New York was as close as they got.
But I think you're right. I mean, they would do everything they could to put a date here, right?
Yeah. And then in the fall of next year, Brent and Zach are heading out for another tour of their band, Smith & Myers. Some of those tickets are on sale now, and I didn't see any dates in our area as well. But we'll see if there's an update on that. Nirvana topped a new list of the top 30 grunge albums selected by the editors of Ultimate Classic Rock. And not surprisingly, the band also scored number 2 and number 9. So they had multiple entries in there. Now, it went Nevermind at number 1, In Utero from Nirvana at number 2, Pearl Jam 10 at number 3. Then you had Soundgarden, Super Unknown, 5 was Alice in Chains' Dirt. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger was 6, followed by Pearl Jam Versus. Temple of the Dog was 8. Nirvana Bleach was number 9. And then rounding out the top 10 was Smashing Pumpkins' Siamese Dream. I remember actually latching on to 10 before I did Nevermind from Nirvana. Because
Did you?
Pearl Jam came out before
I think
Smells Like Teen Spirit, right?
I think that's
Alive?
true. Yeah, but Nevermind got bigger public
yeah.
acclaim.
Oh, yeah.
And Pearl Jam's build was slower.
Yep.
And I remember Nirvana sort of being the groundbreaking Seattle sound, although, and Soundgarden was obviously already established at that point, too.
Yeah. So some great music in there. The Coachella Festival has reversed its plan to require vaccinations for ticket holders to its April 2022 events, and instead will only require proof of a negative test taken within 72 hours of the event. The announcement made on the event's Instagram story read, "After seeing firsthand the low transmission data and successful implementation of safety protocols at our other festivals this past month, we feel confident we can update our health policy to allow for negative COVID-19 tests taken within 72 hours of the event or proof of full vaccination."
There you go.
That's great.
You're covered.
Rage Against the Machine and Travis Scott are scheduled to headline the Coachella Valley Music Festival April 15th through the 17th and 22nd through the 24th at the Empire Polo Club. The Who's storied live career will be examined in the early anticipated new book called The Who, Concert Memories from the Classic Years, 1964 to 76, by author Eduardo Genzolini. The 300-page tome is set for publication on May 28th of 2022. And it goes into everything of, what happened backstage at Woodstock and at the Monterey Pop Festival. It offers what Pete Townsend himself described as an intriguing and extremely insightful take on The Who and myself.
The Kids Are All Right is a solid documentary, but I think you could give a much fuller treatment, than that.
Yeah. I started watching one on Hulu the other day. It's all about Tommy and
all
the
right.
creation of that. And I've
It's
only
amazing.
watched I've only watched the first 15 minutes, and they haven't delved into the album really yet.
Right.
So I'm wondering where it's going to go. So I'll let you know.
Tommy want wingy.
Yes, he does.
It's a sad story. He's deaf, dumb, and blind, but he yearns for wings.
Anything else? Go ahead.
That's a mystery.
Thank you. We need at least one more.
Oh, I killed it!
It's a boy.
Your brain has the shell on it.
That's inner monologue.
Of course.
Oh, my God.
So anyway, 50 years after its release, John Lennon's 1971 single Imagine has been certified triple platinum by the RIAA. Imagine was first released as a single October 11th, 1971, and was the only track pulled from the album of the same name. The Imagine album went on to top the Billboard 200, and the single peaked at number 3, actually.
Isn't this
I was surprised to hear.
Chuck's favorite song of all time? Is that what I understand?
He said if this isn't
news.
That's amazing.
One last giveaway to do with our friends at Chicks who had stopped by early this morning, dropped off some fantastic food. I have a $25 gift card, and we'll take caller number 17 at 215-263-WMMR. Nick will be there tomorrow night. The game will be on, and there will be a chance to win tickets and all kinds of merch.
Awesome.
And, of course, everyone is treated like family at Chicks. You can visit them in South Philly for a fun vibe and fantastic food, serving lunch, dinner, and delicious brunch on the weekends. And they are located at 1807 Washington Avenue. Caller number 17, like I said, 215-263-WMMR. That is the number. How much time left till this liftoff?
I think it's going over, actually.
All right, another 14 minutes. We're watching William Shatner and getting ready to blast off into space, and they keep pushing the time back. We were wondering if we could cover that live. We'll be back in a moment. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
He shoots! We do that, and just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy, or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side by side comparisons, and I love from you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover, and I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers! Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about.
I do.
Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here
to mess everything up. Yeah, and
mess every single thing up.
All right.
Let's hope that Justice League gets it together.
Don't give it away.
So with that,
I'm saying I hope.
Okay. Are there other actors who were initially on the cutting room floor that are now getting their treatment in this film?
Listen, I don't know 100% because, as I said, I haven't seen the theatrical cut. I might have to do that analysis. But I do know that Ryan Choi, the character of Ryan Choi, who would eventually become the Atom, his character was cut. And Kiersey Clemons, who plays Iris, she was cut. So anyway,
she's in a sequence.
Mom.
She's in a sequence with the Flashes. Gets a lot more time on the screen. Ezra Miller. We know there's a new Flash movie that is in the works. We get to see a bit of what the Speed Force, concept looks like, which is very cool.
Sure.
Cyborg's dad, Silas Joe Morton. We see a little bit more of him. And what I love is that Steppenwolf
has a really amazing arc. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Steppenwolf, in that version. It was like, what? Why are you so pissed off? What is this about? With Darkseid in the mix, you I guess from what I understand and what I've read, is that Steppenwolf comes off more as he's just trying to please his boss, and is that correct?
There's a family issue. Yeah, he has a lot of. I mean, Kieran Hines, who voices him, is amazing, and I think brings this amazing gravitas, and I would say, frankly, he brings a lot of sympathy to the character. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that you might, feel sympathetic toward this big spiky monster from space who's into world domination and has a giant axe and it's just basically chopping everybody in half. But he's got his own problems.
But that's what you need. To me, I've always hated a villain. And I've said this countless times on the show, a mustache-twirling, one-dimensional villain does nothing for me. A villain that you can slightly understand the impetus for is far more interesting.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. 100%. you know.
So I wanted to ask and double back to Ray Fisher, because I was reading something about him. For those who don't know, he's the one who plays Cyborg. Actually, he's from the area.
Yeah, yes.
We spoke to him years ago. He apparently has had a great reaction to the Snyder Cut. I read this morning that he absolutely loved it. Now, he had his issues with the replacement and its controversies, and we won't get into that here. But how does that feel to you to know that he's happy with what he's seen?
Well, you know, Ray's a buddy, and you know, I just when I hired him and when we started this process, it was really, to me, it was all about you know, honoring the character as best I could. And I just, anytime an actor sees the movie and is moved by it and enjoys it, you know, that's you know, for me, the ultimate you know, the ultimate in vindication, and it makes me super happy. So I'm glad that Ray got to enjoy it. And I saw that video of him where he's just going nuts. So
he watched it in a hotel room too. Apparently, it was
Yeah, not the best viewing experience, but you can see that if it plays in a hotel room,
it'll play anywhere.
Hey, Zach, I wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for joining us today, because I know today's a huge day, and I'm sure everybody wanted a piece of you. And so the fact that you woke up early, you know, it's like 5 o'clock in your time right now, that you woke up early, that you're spending some time with us, I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, why did you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to Philadelphia radio? I would like to think that you like our show, but is it because you have family in the area?
Look, I'm a friend of the show, and I really do. I love you guys. Whenever I get a chance, if you guys, when I see the text arrive on my phone, we're doing a show, you want to jump on? I'm like, let's go.
Hey, I have a question. Since we're doing this via Zoom and we can see into your domicile there, do you play piano?
My kids do.
Okay.
My kids play.
There's a piano book behind you and a piano. I was going to have you tickle the ivories there for us a little bit if that was the case.
By the way, if I could, I would jump on. I would play a little, I don't know what, but I'd be, and sing, of course.
Speaking of music, though, just to bring up this point, everyone's raving about the new music for the film, and explain what happened.
Junkie did this again when I left. Junkie XL, who does the score, he you know, they replaced him as well. And then when I came back to finish the movie, Junkie, I called him and I said, we're doing the movie, we're going to finish it. And he was like, what? And I said, do you have any music like left over? And he goes, you know what, I'm going to do it all from scratch. I want to start over. And so he just, you know, it's 4 hours, pretty much 4 hours of music. And it's unbelievable. He just destroyed it. And we are doing it's coming out, I don't know exactly when it comes out, we'll have to check out, but we're doing a vinyl box. So like if you're into vinyl,
oh wow,
you know, they're gonna do a full release of the soundtrack on vinyl. And that's pretty cool. As well as, of course, at Apple Music, you can check it out.
Well, Zach, I'd like to ask a follow-up question about that topic, because I loved the soundtrack for Man of Steel. Was Hans Zimmer did that. Do you have favorite composers that you like working with, and how do you end up choosing one? Because there are a lot of great ones out there, and Hans is legendary. So why change, you know, in the same cinematic universe and do a different composer?
Hans and Junkie worked together. That's why I met Junkie. He came, you know, from sort of Hans's camp. And that's how we sort of got together. And then, you know, because the two of them did Batman versus Superman together.
Okay.
And then and then when we went on to Justice League, I was like, okay, Junkie, you want to do it? You want to do the whole thing? And he was like, absolutely. And we worked together. He did, you know, he did Fury Road and a bunch of other amazing soundtracks, you know, and it's just, and he just finished Army of the Dead for me.
When is the release on that?
Shot right over there in Atlantic City.
When's the release on that?
That'd be
nice. It was bumped back
So we
again.
thank him for coming on. And also, thank you to Chicks.
Yeah.
South Philly, Washington Avenue. They brought by some great food, and Nick is going to be there tomorrow night.
Watching the Birds game.
7 to 9, right?
Yeah, I'm there 7 to 9. I think kickoff's at 820 somewhere in that neighborhood. But it's a cool place. Casey was saying it's great food, and we all know from everything they brought in today how delicious it is. So looking forward to being there tomorrow night for Bud Light.
Nice. All right, so we need to do the letter of the day, and I guess I don't see the hairy one.
I can do it.
Okay,
Where
we
is
can
the
do it.
hairy one?
There he is. That was a yell, man.
Yeah.
That was loud.
I think Siri's still giving him directions into the
Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Was his phone speaking to him?
Well, yeah, no.
In summary.
Well, yeah, I know.
I was listening to the space shuttle
Oh.
for
I got it here.
the Blue
Yeah.
Origin because
Okay.
Captain Kirk is about to blast off.
Yeah, we got 9 minutes and 20 seconds.
We can stretch this that
Put
long.
on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, we can?
I have a question.
I could just tell you a few stories. Maybe there are no time
Hey, how'd
at
you
all.
get that color on your beard there?
Well, fascinating you would
All
ask
right.
that, Preston.
No, what were you going to say, Casey?
So the Blue Origin, the logo is a white feather, right?
Yes.
Preston, why is look right behind you on the floor?
Look there.
And why is that there?
Have we ever met before?
No, there's a white feather on the floor right here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I didn't put that there.
That was beamed
spirit.
in.
That's right. Captain Kirk.
I don't know what this would be from, Case.
Yeah.
Your spirit god.
Was that from John Dornbos? Is he doing more sleight of hand stuff?
Somewhere,
right, yeah.
somewhere he's smiling while he's sleeping.
Right.
What did he have? Oh, he had my phone? Or no, he had
put
a card in my wallet.
Card in
Yeah.
your wallet, yeah.
Yeah.
If you played Space Oddity or something, we could come on and cover the launch.
We could do that.
I'm in no particular hurry.
You just want to play a song and
Well, I mean,
we got 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Space Oddities.
That's
not that
5
long.
minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Play it twice.
Or do you just want to sit here and talk for a while? We can do that too.
Well, you've already started the song.
Well, we're not gonna. I mean, no. This is only part of it. That's not the whole song.
That's
Casey's
it.
got a little snippet of it. That's pretty
It's
much
the new version.
Why don't we just wrap it up and let Pierre take care of it?
Wow.
we have a meeting to get to as
Oh,
well.
right. Well, there
But
you
that's
go.
okay. I mean, listen, it's less than 8 minutes now. So
On 60 Minutes last weekend, not this week, not Sunday, but the Sunday before, I tuned in to watch the Facebook lady, but then Anderson Cooper had a conversation with William Shatner, which is hysterical, and I highly recommend it. It's so funny, and in it, Shatner goes, he goes, well, what do you want to do in the brief amount of time you'll be in space? And he goes, I want to stick my nose against the window like a little kid.
Right.
It was so cute. It was so funny.
Take a look at his life. He's 90 years old.
Right.
Life just keeps getting better for him. I mean, he's had some tragedies.
Yes.
His wife
Serious
drowned,
tragedies,
and some really bad things have happened in his life. But as far as the adventures that he's embarked upon, and the fact that he can stay culturally relevant.
Yes.
At 90 years old, a lot of actors will kind of fade off into
Right.
obscurity or go off into retirement and have this thing. He has remained active and in the public eye, and he's going to freaking space here in a minute.
So perfect. It's so perfect since, as we've observed on the show, that so many of the people who are involved in any sort of space program were fans of Star Trek.
Yeah.
That was the step-off point.
Yeah.
I just wish they had put the Star Trek, Star Trek insignia on his uniform.
Quick question before we continue on. Can we get audio of this live? Is that possible? I have no idea. Case, if you could.
I would have to do. Yeah, I could do this.
See if
do
you
it.
could.
We
I'd
need
like
to-
I'd like to hear that if we
Get
can do it.
Scotty in here.
We got
Because
Warp speed.
Yeah. Well, she's given it all she's got, Captain.
Yeah.
All right, so you mentioned Space Oddity. What other space songs are your favorite? Because I love Life on Mars by Bowie. Rocket
He's
Man.
got a lot of them.
Yeah.
Rocket Man by Elton John.
You know what? Which one I like is Major Tom is the name of the song. 4, 3, 2, 1. Earth below us, drifting, falling, floating, weightless. You know that song?
I know it, but I can't place who it is.
Oh, it was a one-hit wonder.
What's
There's
his
also
name?
a song from Planet P called "Why Me," which was about a guy being sent up into space.
Good
that
Planet.
was a one-hit wonder
A good,
as well.
good song, I should say, and it's a wonderful
Great
planet.
too.
Peter Schilling, is that who that
Peter
was?
Schilling, that was it.
Peter Schilling
Okay.
did Major Tom Coming Home.
Okay.
That's a great song.
Rocket Man.
Yep,
Bowie had
Rocket
a
Man.
sequel to Space Oddity too, which was I'm on a Major Tom. And Starman is another one. Bowie is the leader in the space songs. I would have to say right off the bat.
He starred in The Man Who Fell to Earth.
I'll tell you a great song about a true-to-life event from a little band out of Canada called Rush.
Oh, right.
Called Countdown. They went to Kennedy Space Center, and they watched the very first launching of the space shuttle, and Neil lyrically wrote a song about it, and it's fantastic. I love that song.
And the very first space shuttle was the Enterprise.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Ties back
Symmetry,
in.
yes.
And by the way,
that was for fans of Star Trek doing that.
I have the audio, so the only problem is I'm about 6 seconds behind what we're looking
We can
here
live
in
with
the
that.
studio.
That's
So-
okay.
We can live with that.
Okay.
Then people are texting in Man on the Moon by REM, which is kind of...
Yeah.
I mean, it
Sorta,
mentions that, but it's not really... Oh, yeah.
What do you see?
Space Station number 5 from Montrose.
Oh, my
Good
God.
text coming in. Remember that?
Wow.
It's great.
Nothing can top this one.
This is Bowie.
We could do some letters and things like that.
You want to do the letter of the day?
We could do that.
Okay, let's do it. This is the first time you've ever moved that along.
We could do that.
Well, I'm, the producer in me is kicking in.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
O as in old.
Okay, and we'll give away a 4-pack of tickets as MMR rocks Red Hot Chili Peppers with The Strokes and Thundercat, which is going to be Saturday, September 3rd, 2022 at Citizens Bank Park. And tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. WMMR.com for complete details and pre-sale info and another chance to win for MMR VIPs. Casey, bring up the audio and see what we're getting so far. We're about 6 seconds behind in the audio, so we will see it in the studio.
No, we buffered it. You're seeing everything.
We've been
in real
buffed.
time, yeah.
We're in conjunction.
We're
Excellent.
buff.
All right, so we'll see. I have no idea. Now, there are commentators speaking in the upper
don't hear 'em.
corner, but I don't hear them.
Yeah, you know what? I wonder if I'm on a different feed than you guys. I'm on.
What's your frequency, Casey?
All right, let me try this again. Because I was on a different one. So
All
let me
right, here
go
we
to. You're at Blue Origin.
Yeah, the Blue Origin channel on YouTube.
Go over to
got
Blue
you.
Waffle.
All right, I got you.
See what you get over there.
I have eaten there many times. I very much enjoyed it.
Okay.
You know what Blue Waffle is?
No.
Okay,
you don't
never
wanna
mind.
do that.
Never mind.
Don't-
I think
You don't.
Don't Google it.
Here you go.
I stepped my foot in boo-boo.
Crank it up.
We want to make sure that we keep the propellant
right.
tanks
220.
within bounds, of
See how
course,
easy
of
that was?
In the
pressure
countdown.
and temperature. This morning, a little bit easier to do that versus our last flight, which was in the middle of July. It was warmer. It's actually a nice balmy morning here down in West Texas. But again, we've got our team who have their eyes on their computer screens, making sure that everything is within bounds. And there goes the gantry
That's
retracting
cool.
2 minutes remaining.
at T-minus 2 minutes. Let's
Captain
listen
Kirk.
Godspeed, Captain.
They got to say Captain
You
Kirk
have
at some
to.
point in communication. What would he say? Enterprise to base or something like that? Something.
Grab my pants. I just blew a photon torpedo into my shorts.
Oh, dear God.
All right, minute and a half.
Anderson Cooper and he were talking. Anderson made a reference to the
There go the aft fin checks at the base
shape
of the rocket.
of the vehicle, and it's
it looks like a
phallus.
penis.
You can feel that they are sitting at the
And
top
then-
of a 60-foot rocket, about 20 meters tall.
You can see the fins moving.
Shatner said, "Yes, we're going to inseminate space."
Oh, that's great.
Oh my God, it was so. You got to Google this interview. It's very funny.
All right, we're down to just about 1 minute
T-minus
remaining.
1 minute.
Here we go. The last few
And there you can just
system
see
checks.
I do get
slightly
nervous.
there, the gimbling engine at the
Every
base of the
reason
rocket.
to.
Oh, you never know. We could be airing a tragedy live, so
Ouch.
hopefully that
Yeah.
doesn't happen. You know.
So those things that are still connected to the rocket,
Yes.
they'll stay there until launch.
That's the sperm pump.
Probably, yeah. That's usually it's fuel or
All right,
cooling.
everybody. Chris Blosshausen, Glenn
Casey.
DeVries, Audrey Powers, and William Shatner are about to go where very few
30
humans
seconds.
have gone before.
Oh, that's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to launch
She
this
got
rocket.
that one in.
Godspeed, New Shepard.
What'd she say?
She
Going.
said, going where no
Ah.
something has gone before.
Right. All right, just about to 15 seconds.
Will they do the countdown?
I hope so.
Yeah.
T-minus. If
They
not,
do it
I'll
the
do
Pierre and Nick style.
7,
9,
6, 5,
7,
4.
Here we go.
5, 4. Command engine start. 2, 1.
The audio's down.
Wow! All right, it's burning in there. It's liftoff.
Captain Kirk!
Cleared the tower.
Holy blank, look how fast it's going.
Wow, that's pretty cool, man.
It's amazing.
Has cleared the tower. She is on her space with the second human spaceflight crew.
Listen to
What a launch. We are on our way to Max Q, the first milestone here on its flight to space.
It's only a few minutes long.
It's freaking amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get me the hell out of this thing! I don't like space!
Too late. You can follow along, obviously, with the altimeter at the base of the screen, as well as the
20,000
speedometer.
feet.
They are gaining speed on their climb to space. We have confirmed Max Q. This is when the aerodynamic stresses on the vehicle were
It's
at
600
their
miles an hour.
maximum.
That's unbelievable. It's just incredible to watch it.
It's unbelievable.
The whole trip will be 10 minutes for him?
Yeah, it's not long at all. They go up and it's a parabolic. It's not elliptical. They just go up and make a big arc and come back down.
How do they avoid the heat the re-entry heat, or are they not going that high?
I don't think they're going that high.
They're not going as high,
But there is
or
heat
as
resistance.
fast as the to get into orbit. You have to be going faster than these guys are going.
Got it.
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us live for New Shepard's second human flight with Audrey Powers, William Shatner, our customers Glenn DeVries and Chris Bosshausen on board. They are well on their way to space. So far, a nominal flight, a clean burn on our Blue Engine 3.
Awesome.
New Shepard giving them a beautiful flight to space this morning.
120,000.
How awesome to refer to them as customers.
The rocket
2,000
is
miles an hour.
climbing towards an altitude. We're aiming just over the Kármán line, the internationally recognized line of space of 100 kilometers. That is about 328,000 feet. And a gorgeous view down the rocket.
We're over halfway there now.
Is that thing going to land
vertically?
Okay.
And
now we've had main engine cut off. The BE-3 engine has shut off. And in just a moment, we're going to separate the capsule from the booster. And at that point, our astronauts will have the opportunity to get out of their harnesses and enjoy the beauties of zero G.
And now it says zero
Let's
G,
wait
so
to
that
listen.
must be where they're experiencing it now. Hopefully we'll hear from them.
There was something.
Did you hear like a woo in the background?
Something.
I thought it did.
And there you can see separation between the capsule and the booster.
All right, they have the separation.
The camera work is so much better than when we were kids.
Pierre,
They
it's
would
decades after that primitive, stuff.
Right. But they would
There you
show
can see the
animation.
capsule from the top of the booster.
I'm gonna throw up.
They are continuing their ascent over the Kármán line. You'll know when they hit apogee, when the speed hits zero.
What's the Kármán line?
That's where we put fruit in our hair.
No. Carmen
And
Miranda line.
over 328,000 feet, over 100 kilometers. Welcome to space. The newest astronauts on board our crew capsule.
Pierre, it's the known board. It's the recognized border of officially being in space, being out of the Earth's atmosphere.
Speed is dropping rapidly.
Yeah. So they're going to go up. They're going to slow down, and then they're going to start to fall.
That's awesome.
And then it'll pick up speed again. So it's
So
essentially
they
how it
don't
works.
get out of the atmosphere that would cause them to have that re-entry.
Not
heat.
really.
No.
And there they are. They have just about hit their apogee.
All right, so they're at
At
0
about
miles per hour. Now they're speeding up back again.
351,000 feet.
What's apogee?
The height. The highest,
Okay,
yeah.
Top.
And while we don't have apogee, I can just imagine Jackie. They are having the time of their lives.
Jackie Bam Bam is there.
Yeah.
Oh my
He went.
God!
Greatest thing's ever happened. It's gonna blow up on Blabbermouth.
Is it apple?
Apple cheese. That's my favorite cereal.
The schism is amazing.
The schism.
All right, so Preston, they are locked in at 388 miles per hour. They're not speeding up or.
I think that's a glitch. I think
Oh,
that.
yeah. Refresh it.
yeah.
Refresh the entire system. Okay, so at this point they're weightless. I wish we could get a picture inside the capsule.
Yeah,
There's got to be a camera.
There has to be
audio of him.
Yeah.
Casey, you can see the timer stopped here as well.
Yeah.
the
Something's wrong.
Altitude, all that stuff. I can't feel my face.
I can't feel my face. Something's wrong. I can't feel my face. I'm urinating uncontrollably. I'm defecating.
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us live from West
Oh,
Texas.
God.
So
Stop.
far, a nominal flight for our
My
second
heart's
human
fluttering.
crew.
My rectum is quivering. I'm defecating like a madman.
Your mic's on, Shatner.
What's
that? Your mic is on
Come
this whole
again?
time.
I'm sorry. This is the mic. Oh my God. Forget what you just heard.
Australia. To all the
Tune
fans
into
tuning
us
in
to
today.
ruin history.
Ruin
Big
moments.
shout out to you
I
guys,
cannot
as well
apologize
as
anymore to the
Glenn
people over there.
Reed,
I'm sorry for the shower of fecal matter.
They are coming
I
back
will be on QVC, though, next week selling things.
capsule back home. It is more aerodynamically shaped, of course, at the base of the capsule.
Yes, an in-capsule camera should be part of this. I don't know why it is not.
Maybe
Shatner?
Maybe not live. I bet you they'll show that stuff later on. Although when the Blue Horizon went up originally,
it had a camera live,
Did
a live
it?
feed. That's what I recall.
I remember the Galactic one did.
Yeah,
but I don't remember Blue
no,
Horizon.
not the first time. Yes, with
Blue
Bezos,
Origin.
there was.
Yeah, you could see Bezos flying around the
Right.
and the older woman, who
Which
was
is what they're going to
previously
do in
the
this
oldest
too.
one. Yeah.
yeah, they're going to experience weightlessness. That's amazing.
All right,
Nothing.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Bezos.
Huh?
That's Bo Burnham.
Jeffrey Bezos.
We'll do a Bo Burnham segment in the next break.
He's a comedian.
Okay.
Oh, he's listening to
Yeah.
us.
Shatner's
Shatner's listening to us
yeah.
while he's doing
Did you
this.
do the letter yet?
Yes.
We did the letter. On
Yeah,
the
it was-
program today, though, we will have a workforce block of Sammy Hagar.
Oh.
'cause
You
it's
can't
his-
drive 55. Try driving 650, mother effer.
Here we see the descent. We are going to expect the BE-3
Oh,
engine
God.
to relight just about 3,600 feet or about
Oh,
12
wow.
Look at-
They're landing the rocket.
This is-
have deployed, and here we
vertically.
Come.
This
Look
is
at
so
this.
cool. Look at this.
It's landing vertically.
That thing's hauling in.
This is right out of a 50 science fiction.
Wow.
Dead
Oh,
center
man.
on the landing.
It looks like
Gosh.
an old
The Thunderbirds.
science fiction movie.
Pierre, you never thought that would be the case that they
Never.
could do something like that.
Remember the Thunderbirds? They would take
Absolutely,
off and land like that.
yeah.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That's really cool.
I got into this part of the craft. I'm back.
Yeah. Oh, you stayed back
I
in
was too
that?
scared.
He didn't stay in the capsule.
We'll also have a block of Coldplay and a block of Pink Floyd.
Yellow.
They have a
And-
space song. You Dark Side of the Moon.
Dark Side
or-
of the Moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Kind of, sort of.
Tossing ideas out here, man. Come on.
We had a whole bunch
All
of
right.
them. We could have played 2 songs in the time we've rambled.
Yeah.
But
Hey, this
do
wasn't
the
my
coffee break.
idea. I wanted to wrap it up.
hey,
The coffee break.
All right, so we're not going to see him. Obviously,
No, because it's probably going to take them a while to
Yeah.
pry him out of there. And then they got to clean up all that feces and
crap.
urine. But
oh dear.
Sorry about the piss and crap.
all right, I think we've covered enough.
All
And,
right,
and
there
Peter,
we
you
go.
can.
He's
you
coming
can,
back. No, we're not getting a live shot. The parachutes have opened.
Oh, they're already coming back?
Yeah, they're already coming back.
Yeah, they're 4,000 feet.
Yeah.
So they're most of the way back down. In fact, all right, we can hang on.
we got it.
Well,
Ah,
this
hell.
has been
Bring
live
the audio back up.
Captain
And
coverage.
here come the mains.
All
The
right.
mains.
Right.
Yep.
Natalie Maine.
Oof, what
big
a
shoes.
flight.
Natalie Maines from Dixie Chicks?
Yeah.
She's on board.
Yeah.
She's got hairy pits. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that. I guess you find out things
You
about
can
people
already
when you're in
start
close
to
quarters.
hear the
Crapping
cheers
all over
from
a couch.
outside our stage here in West Texas.
I want to make sure he's still alive.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe audio from the capsule?
He should say something.
Yeah.
Like live long and prosper.
Right.
He ought to say
I've
something
crapped myself. How
for
will that
Leonard
do?
Nimoy.
Yeah, Leonard Nimoy, who should have also been.
Can you
You
imagine?
can hear him. You can hear him.
Right.
I heard his
Yeah, I
voice.
heard
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Get him up. That's him.
That's him.
Unlike anything they described. All right, we got less than 1,000 feet. All right.
At 650 feet, so they're almost down.
I'm stunned they didn't have a camera inside to see.
I know.
I mean, I'm sure they've been recording, and we'll
here
see
comes our
footage
crew
later.
back into the desert.
I can't believe they're only going.
Astronauts 596, 97, 98, and
That they're only going 14 miles an hour? Yeah. Well, listen, if they land at that speed, that's like, that's pretty hard. So watch, these little
Does it
boosters
have
will hit.
retro rockets?
Hold on, these retro rockets will hit.
Standby touchdown.
Like right before they land, like 5 meters
Wow.
before. Boom. And they're down.
Yeah.
Capsule touchdown.
And capsule touchdown. Welcome back, the newest astronauts.
Get me out of here.
William Shatner, our customers, Glenn DeVane,
Jesus Christ!
and Chris Poshausen. What a day for you.
All right.
All right.
There you go. The oldest person ever in space. And Captain Kirk gets to go off into space. That's
There
pretty
you go.
damn impressive.
That was
We
cool.
hit kind of hard.
All right. What was that?
We hit kind of hard.
He comes out like completely flat.
Oh, dear God.
All right, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee
my
of the Preston and
God.
Steve Show.
The
Also brought
most
to you by
surreal crossover I've ever had with you.
Acme. Download the Acme app to see your all new deals, rewards, and perks today. You can visit acmemarkets.com for details. Tomorrow on the program, Thursday edition, Sebastian Maniscalco.
Yeah.